do this event today and have a great group of diverse background here today. So I will kick off proceedings by just first I would like to welcome Dr. Mathur Armstrong from Manipur, other fellow colleagues and entrepreneurs and partners and friends and colleagues. So welcome everyone. And so what I'll do, I'll kick off today by first giving a bit of an overview of what we're doing, what the plan is, and what the purpose of the event is. So we called today a Confluence. The event is called Confluence. The idea really is to bring together a diverse set of people across to help us make an impact on the ground. So the purpose of Dharma Life is to drive impact at scale, focused on two areas. One, around gender and livelihoods, and second, around climate and the environment. So with these two objectives, we obviously need support and help from a lot of different partners. Our model has always been to create impact through our women entrepreneurs. So you'll be seeing, I think, a good contingent across all our states. I think there's a session later, which we are where you will be hearing from our women entrepreneurs. And also the other partners are we have set up an innovation lab called Live Labs, which actually brings global partners and experts together. So you'll be hearing from a lot of them today, actually, in sessions. So and that's why Confluence really means, I think we want to bring these groups together and help, kind of create communities of practice to drive this impact. So that's why I think the name, and thank you all for being here. I'll spend 5 minutes on Dharma Life, and then I think second session will be Dr. Mathur talking about the topic of jobs and livelihoods and climate, I think, which will follow me. And then we will have sessions around Dharma Life Labs, followed by the entrepreneur panel. So we started in 2009. Our approach is to create women entrepreneurs at the village level. We focus on people and planet. We are spread across 15 states now. I have a network of 18,000 entrepreneurs and have, reached, this number is a bit, the reach number is always higher. I think I would say we have created 30,000 jobs. I think that's the number I would talk about. But more importantly, also, we have created climate impact at scale through CO2 savings and sales of clean energy solutions for household and productive use. Our model is, as I said, we create the entrepreneurs, we get them to work in the community and drive change through behavior change programs, selling products, also getting insights from the field to help design products and solutions. Again, the causes kind of have been focused on what you see on the right: health, nutrition, financial inclusion, digital technology, clean energy, and education, livelihoods. But they have been evolving because ultimately we are listening to our community, right? So we are now in 18,000 panchayats, which means about 40,000 villages. And really, it's been around listening to them and humbly trying to address their problems and needs, and using our entrepreneurs to do that. You'll be hearing a lot from the women entrepreneurs, but I'll just still highlight a few things. I think for us, the impact is driven by first creating that entrepreneur, then building their identity and confidence to then drive impact at the village level. So that's important because it's a two-step process. First, we find that person. We start with women first because it is more, the data shows, and also experience shows that it's more impactful, but we obviously get them to work with their families, the men as well. So it's a balanced model, but with women first. Some impact numbers here, but I won't cover that right now. And I think this is a lot talked about, so I'm not going to talk about the key pieces, but really it's the one thing I'd say is it's been all around the women and their needs, and we've been pretty much trying to do anything and everything to make this problem, solve the problem, or attempt to solve the problem, as I would humbly say. And that's why you see a lot of systems being put in place and research and other kind of skill sets coming in. I'll make one, I think we've been working on a project to build our strategy on how to scale this up. Shreya's here, she'll talk a bit about this later, or in the panel. But the key thing is that we are now in, as I said, 18,000 panchayats, which is, I think we're getting close to 100 districts. But really, what we've thought about is, after a 14-year journey of kind of experimenting and getting to this scale, how do you really take it forward? And one of the key metrics we have kind of looked at is how do we reach 1 million women in jobs and get them into jobs in entrepreneurship roles. And this slide kind of talks a bit about how we broke that up and what we're trying to achieve, I think, is that end number. It requires a huge effort of 20 million, sensitizing 20 million women, counseling 5 million, and training 2 million to actually get to that 1 million. We are open to suggestions and inputs how that can be done more efficiently, but really that's what we're trying to do. And there's lots of verticals here. I think our climate and energy vertical will be one. The artisan vertical you hear a lot about today, you see the exhibition in the background, is another one. But really, it requires, the ecosystem approach requires us to really look at local capabilities and dynamics. And that's why it requires a diversity of sectors. So this is our goal and mission, I think, an announcement I want to make that we want to make that happen. But that's also why we've asked all of you to come here to help us actually, guide us in how we can achieve this. And all of you are kind of, we would request your suggestions, inputs, support in any form to build this community of practice to make this happen. Again, 1 million doesn't sound very high, I think, in terms of the government numbers or the numbers of, targets of some of our partners here. But I hope it also serves as a way to create public goods to help others achieve this. That's why I think it's more than our number. I think it's hopefully public goods can be created, or other support systems can be created to help government achieve this. And yeah, I think that's the thing I wanted to cover. There's one thing I still highlight. We'll have this later in the session. One of the learnings out of our process so far has been that it is not, we've done this in a virtual form through technology, the training and skilling and the placement, but it is also requires physical spaces, and challenges around care and other topics are prevalent. So that's why what we've worked on, that's one of the key outputs of our strategy design, is if we create a block level hub which addresses a lot of these points, becomes a convening point. I think the three things we're trying to solve with this is the care burden, so working with an Anganwadi to have space for preschools or for women to come with their children, a place for women to work together, and a place for training and skilling. That could really make a difference. So that's why we will talk about this later, but I still want to share the slide right now. So I think it shows you that a lot of the solutions you'll be seeing today somehow fit into this in the model. Great. I think that's, I'll come back to this later, but with that, I think I want to formally open the conference, and thanks again for being here, and wish you a great day, and excited to have the conversations. I would now like to invite Dr. Ajay Mathur to the stage. We just briefly introduce him. He's the Director General of the International Solar Alliance. He's been a mentor to me, so thank you again, sir, for being here and agreeing to address today's conference.
Thanks, Gaurav, and a very, very warm welcome to all of you. It's indeed a pleasure to learn about what Dharma Life has been doing, to see it. And when I walk through and see what Dharma Life is doing in the clusters of Jaipur, Lucknow, Madhubani, and Banaras, I continue to be amazed at what is possible. I come from Lucknow and have some appreciation of the challenges faced in upgrading and conserving the heritage that goes with chicken curry. And to me, the starting point is, how do we enhance incomes? In all of these areas, I was involved with all of them many years ago when I used to head the Indian Bureau of Energy Efficiency. In all of these, one of the good things is that the vast majority of workers are women. This is both a challenge and an opportunity. It's a challenge because in all of these areas, the work is largely done in the informal sector. And therefore, the kinds of legal frameworks that are available for the protection of workers are, let me say, minimal as far as these people are concerned. That's one of the key issues. But I think the more important issue is that most of the learning and hence the work that occurs is based on what I have learned from my neighbor, or what did I learn from the person who I worked with. And consequently, barring a few individuals who focus on innovative techniques, we don't see very much change in the technology that occurs. This is a bit of a challenge. Now, many years ago, those of you who know Banaras well, we had worked with Banaras. This, I was wearing an earlier hat. We had worked with Banaras, and we were also doing something with goals were very similar to those that Gaurav and Dharma Life have. And the key issue was that how do we enhance the incomes of people? Now, one of the biggest challenges was that the hours of operation were limited, because they were limited to daylight hours. Because if you wanted to work at night, you would need to get electricity, which is powered by diesel. Apart from being carbon intensive, it's also very expensive. And therefore, providing solar lights and solarizing the looms helped in greatly enhancing productivity. It increased the number of hours, but the amount of cloth that you could weave was far more than what you could do earlier by hand. Consequently, I think that the training of the entrepreneur, the training of the women who work in this sector, and particularly to make them as entrepreneurs, is important. I'll just leave one idea here. To me, that there are many challenges, but to me there are three key challenges. And this is what we learned, last year, 2024 or 2023, we had carried out the International Solar Alliance had carried out an exercise of identifying startups in the solar sector in Africa. This year we are doing it in Asia. So there are 10 in the 10 for India and 20 for the rest of Asia. Now, we identified ultimately 20 startups. We got, much to our surprise, 180 applications from across Africa. We chose 20 of them. And believe you me, 180 to 120 was relatively easy. 120 to 50 was very difficult. And going from 50 to 20 was amazingly difficult. Why? Because what we saw was that the spark of leading towards new ways of providing services was there. And people were looking at new ways in which to provide those services. And these went all the way from the top of the range, electric cars, for example, so mobility needs, to providing electricity in rural households where no electricity is ever reached. But of these 20, there were 8 or possibly 9 women entrepreneurs. I personally wanted that at least half would be women entrepreneurs. We couldn't reach that number. I think we got 8 or 9. But what I learned from this was that there are 2 or 3 key issues. The first is skilling. Or rather, to put it more correctly, it is upgrading of skilling which is important. And hence, the training programs that occur, particularly for women, on how to, first of all, work with the current technologies, but also provide a view of the newer technologies that exist. For example, as I was talking about Benares, where both solar lights and solar looms help in greatly enhancing technologies. But what it also meant was that you had to create an ecosystem, guys who would maintain those solar systems. This is tough. It's actually tougher than creating the solar looms. The second challenge was the availability of resources. And obviously, money is one of the resources, but trained manpower. So if you want to be an entrepreneur, who do you use? So one of the things that we are focusing on is that we want every country to have a dedicated amount, a percentage of resources that the financial sector provides to entrepreneurs. We, in our jargon, call it the sandbox. In other words, if all of this fails, and believe you me, the amount of failures that we have seen is 2%. The failures in India have been 8%, but in Africa it was 2%. So it's a very small fraction, but this 2% or 8%, it's a very small fraction. So we tell the bank, even if you lose all of this money, it should not make a difference to you. That's why we call it a sandbox. You play there, you develop working models which teach you on how to choose people. Now, for the banks, what was very important is that they need to have new risk assessment capabilities. A bank typically tells us, listen, we are happy to lend to anything if we get collateral. Right, that's an easy way. But a more detailed assessment is what is needed. Now, one of the banks which works in Benares has therefore started, for each entrepreneur who applies, they have an engineer who goes and assesses what is being done. And that's where we came to realize that one of the problems is that these engineers also need to be trained. They're looking at yesterday's technologies, not tomorrow's technology. But anyway, at least they've moved there. So training people was, the technology was one. Creating resources, especially finance, was the second, and training was the third. Because one of the most important issues is you need, both for the entrepreneurs and for the people who work with them, you need them to understand what is needed. This is where environmental quality comes in. As an energy efficiency and renewable energy person, the way I focus on it is, one, when you use these, you obviously reduce carbon emissions, obviously. But what is more important is to see how incomes can increase. And I gave you the Benares example for the specific reason that incomes can increase, while when you move to low carbon or zero carbon technologies as well. In my view, they are both possible. But at the same time, we need to focus on technology, on financing, and on capacity building. I'm delighted, Gaurav, that Dharma Life is focusing on all of these issues. And this is what will make the difference. To me, the challenge has always been, sitting on the policy side of the table, and Armstrong may want to comment on this. What I have found is that governments are willing to create policy, number one, when it is shown that technologies work. That's number one. Number two, that there are business models which make those technologies worthwhile for people to invest in. If these two things happen, then the policy changes that enable large-scale replication, upscaling, is possible. In my view, we are at the stage where we can indicate that both the technologies work and that there are business models which work as well. In my view, in this area as well, the small scale application of renewable energy in people's livelihoods, particularly where women entrepreneurs take the lead, that is possible now. I look forward to your deliberations and, more importantly, wish you all the best. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, may I now ask, Professor Rajesh Chandy to come forward. Rajesh and I have been working together for more than 10 years since when I was an MBA student at London Business School. I think one of the key areas and reasons for our ability to scale somewhat has been in support and guidance from London Business School, and also specifically now the creation of the lab. So, Rajesh, over to you.
Welcome, namaste. Thank you, Namaste ji. Thank you very much for being here. I realize that some here have come from very far away, in some cases from Europe and North America and elsewhere. Others have taken as much or more time to come from within India. And some of the folks sitting there have traveled from very far away. And sadly, my Manipuri language skills are rather meager or non-existent. My Hindi language skills are slightly better, but nevertheless not enough to do a presentation. So the folks out here, Anjana and others, are going to try and translate as much as possible. So let me ask, first of all, forgiveness from the team there for not being able to speak in any language other than Hindi. And also say thanks to the whole team here. A number of the folks here were up till 2:30 in the morning, sitting here or standing and scurrying around and getting all of this polished work real. So there's a lot more to look forward to today. I'm going to start in part in deference to the folks who cannot understand English with a short video that describes some of the work that DL Labs, which is the entity that I'll talk about and introduce briefly, has been involved in. I'll start with a video. I'll then bring Gaurav in to help us understand sort of the origins of DL Labs. And then I will get into academic geek mode and show you some numbers and statistics. So feel free to tune out if they're not scary. So let me start with that, the video.
ये धर्मा लाइफ से जुड़ी हूँ तो समाज के लिए मुझे लोगों को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए गाँव में बहुत सारे मतलब महिलाओं से मिलती थी तो उनका यही रहता था बस बड़ी होकर अच्छी सी पढ़ाई करे और उसके लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करना बस यही होगा.
A research project that I'm doing together with Dharma Life looks at the impact that being a sales entrepreneur has on the individual. And in particular, we're looking in a context in India where rural women get the opportunity to become an entrepreneur and to start selling social goods towards villages surrounding them. And how is this going to impact gender empowerment?
Dharma Life was initially a student project during my MBA. It was conceived in one of the entrepreneurship classes, and then a group of my classmates came to India. The idea was, how can we create livelihoods for unemployed or underprivileged men and women in villages? Since then, we moved to a women-first model as Dharma Life. And when we identify women entrepreneurs, they usually are from various backgrounds, but mostly they're underprivileged, either from an income perspective, or they would be women who are not really in the forefront. They don't leave their houses, they're part of the family. And there's a lot of kind of gender biases in the communities we work in.
होते हैं, कहते हैं कि ये बाहर जा रही है, ऐसा होगा वो होगा, लोग क्या कहेंगे कि बहू बेटी बाहर काम कर रही है। ऐसे बुजुर्ग लोग बात नहीं करना पसंद करते थे, मैं कहीं से निकलती थी थोड़ा बहुत ऊपर नीचे तो भी वो ऐसे कहते थे कि ये बहुत सही नहीं है विद्या जी। उनके लिए थोड़ी कठिनाई आएगी क्योंकि एक एज के हिसाब से बाहर निकलना बड़ा मुश्किल होता है, उनको नजरअंदाज करने की कोशिश करेंगे। उन्हें मैं यही कहूंगी कि कोई बात से घबराओ मत, केवल अपने लक्ष्य की तरफ ध्यान दो।
A lot of the women here who confide. So these Dharma Life entrepreneurs educate rural women on the need for clean cooking. And after educating the women on this need, they offer them the opportunity to buy these clean cooking stoves, including full service.
घरों में जाके उन महिलाओं को प्रोत्साहित करते हैं, जैसे चूल्हा जलाती है महिला तो उसके बारे में समझाया कि चूल्हा जलाती हो तो उससे कितनी प्रॉब्लम होती है, धुआं होता है, धुआं से आंखों में जाते हैं, आंखों से क्या मोटे की प्रॉब्लम होती है, धुएं जो धुआं होता है जो अपने पेट में जाते हैं, मुंह से अंदर जाते हैं, फेफड़े वगैरह खराब करते हैं और उससे क्या दमा वगैरह सांस की प्रॉब्लम हो जाती है। इस कारण इंडक्शन का यूज करोगे तो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं होगी, आपको कहीं पे भी ले सकते हो, ला सकते हो, जैसे कि पंखे में भी चला सकते हो, चूल्हा मतलब गैस होता है वो पंखे में भी चला सकते हो आप।
What we see with the rural Dharma Life sales entrepreneurs is that the women get very empowered. They're exposed through new contexts. They have to interact with different people. And all these dimensions actually lead to great empowerment. So as example, we see them creating own identities in the village, getting more respect, but also dynamics within households change. So the woman gets more status and actually takes up more leadership activities within the community.
अब जब मैं धर्मा लाइफ में हुई, अब वो जैसे उनकी कोई प्रॉब्लम होती है मैं उनकी सोल्व करती हूँ, उन्हें राशन वगैरह ये नहीं मिलता था, काफी गरीब लोग हैं तो बुजुर्ग भी है गरीब भी है, बेचारों के लिए नहीं हो पाता था, तो मैंने कहा ठीक है अपन मैं कुछ करूंगी। तो जैसे मैं उनको जाके बोलती, मैंने मतलब चुपचाप से जाके वहां शिकायत करी कि भाई इनको क्यों नहीं मिल रहा, कितना आ रहा है क्या है। जैसे मैंने उनको शिकायत करी तो वो लोग घूमने आए, वहां देखा उन्होंने कि किन किन को, तो मैंने 5-10 लोगों को इकट्ठा करके मैंने कहा हमारी सुविधा नहीं पहुंच पा रही, और सारे गांव में आराम से आ रहा, कोई भी व्यक्ति ऐसा नहीं जो राशन से वंचित है, कोई भी समस्या हो तो वो लोग, अब जब मैं जाती हूँ ना तो बाहर खड़े रहते हैं और आते ही मुझे ये बोलते हैं कि बेटा पहले हमें ये बता, हम कब से तेरा इंतजार कर। बुजुर्ग लोग बात नहीं करना पसंद करते थे, मैं इज्जत देते हैं, सम्मान देते हैं उनको।
That is an example of a study that's ongoing. In fact, I'll share results from analyses that were done last night, literally hot off the statistical software. But what I wanted to start with today was an introduction to this wonderful entity called Dharma Life, DL Labs, Dharma Life Labs. Let me give you a bit of an overview. This confluence that we see here, this collaboration that brings so many of us from such different backgrounds together, is an example of the kind of work that is created thanks to Dharma Life, DL Labs. And the folks who are in the room from the villages, these incredible women who are here, also represent part of the people and the processes that bring together everybody and create impact at scale is what we're focused on. So this Dharma Life, many of you are familiar with Dharma Life and you've seen some of that. My name is Rajesh Chandy. I'm an academic director of the Wheeler Institute for Business and Development at London Business School. I do research on entrepreneurship, on markets, on impact, especially in emerging markets such as in India and in Africa, among other places. Siriti, the folks behind Siriti were here, Anathea, Sohan, somewhere here, there you are responsible for much of the magic that comes together in just such an incredibly professional way. It's a design and marketing organization, and Accenture who brings the technology behind it. You've already heard about the Dharma Life organization. What I wanted to do, Gaurav, is can I invite you here and ask you a question? So how did DL Lab start and what was the motivation for it? Come.
So I think what happened was that we were doing all kinds of experiments before, and but they were always separated. So it was research and I think impact evaluations, which we're looking at. But when we realized that it's actually it has to be a process which is embedded into the process, and the pandemic kind of forced that. So when the pandemic happened, we were not able to kind of do anything. So we forcefully were stuck with just trying to listen and design. That's where I think the labs kind of started. And I think that's what I would say. Please,
thank you. Thank you. So the Dharma Life entrepreneurs were doing what they do so well, creating change on the ground in their villages, by going door to door, meeting, changing hearts and minds. Well, and then this happened. India enforced the harshest and most extensive lockdown in the world. Suddenly, you were not allowed to go out. Now, if the entire business model behind the organization and these 18,000 women across all of these locations requires them to go out and change hearts and minds, and now they're not allowed to go out, what do you do? So this forced us to go from this model, this model of going door to door to this model where we would get on calls on Teams. This is the amazing thing about technology and the change that India has seen over the last few years. We would get on Teams and ask the women what is actually happening, because you had this almost like a fog of war, what people call this, information coming of all kinds that were often contradictory. What was actually happening on the ground? And when we asked people what was actually happening on the ground, we heard heartbreaking stories and yet inspiring stories. And we heard about the kinds of needs that folks in the villages had. And they boiled down to the kinds of things we're talking about here. What happens to livelihoods? What happens to the environment around us? What happens to our children and their education? And that understanding, both through the combination of on-the-ground experience and these remote conversations facilitated by technology, led to the creation of a systematic process that has now led to several studies. We have a whole bunch of studies. I'm going to focus on 2 studies today and share, and this is where I go into academic geek mode. I'm going to share 2 studies that describe some of the work that are happening. And to Dr. Mathur's point, these both revolve around livelihoods, earning money, but also going beyond earning money. And I was implicit in what Dr. Mathur was saying, the dignity, the self-confidence, the recognition, what they call pehchan in the villages, that comes from actually having a job. And you see in each of the entrepreneurs here, that ID with the Dharma Life tag and the pride that comes with that association, that engagement. What does that imply? The first study that I'm going to describe is around resilience during shocks. In this case, around COVID and the extraordinary shock that COVID represented to lives, to livelihoods in rural India. And then I'm going to switch to some very early results on gender empowerment, which is the core of what Dharma Life does. And I'll share some early results, preliminary results on the impact of working as a Dharma Life entrepreneur in the traditional sales format on gender empowerment. Now, although I'm going to focus some of my discussion around the COVID shock, I see Mithilesh, who's a PhD student at London Business School here. Mithilesh does a lot of work around climate shocks and its impact. Again, relating back to the kinds of things that Dr. Mathur has been saying. Some of these insights can be perhaps generalized to those as well. Now, we have some policymakers, Armstrong and many others here, who can talk about the thousands of programs that governments around the world, including in India, provide in the context of shocks to help ensure that those who are hit hardest, who are the most vulnerable, are protected and supported. Now, the remarkable reality of these government programs is that, except for a very small number of them, many of these are not taken up by the very people who could benefit the most from them. Many of these programs are not taken up by the people for whom it was designed. They were designed. And so significant reduction in the number of poor and extremely poor individuals could be achieved if all of the low-income families with children took full advantage of the welfare benefits that are available to them. So when a shock hits, and the government has programs, for instance, with COVID, there were all sorts of new programs that the government was offering to support people who were hit hard by this shock. And yet people were not taking it up. So we'll look at resilience in the context of the shock and how some managed to take up those and benefit from those. The other point that people talk about is informal risk-sharing arrangement. That is, we're a community in a village. So if you have a problem, a shock, let's say a health shock, I would help you because I might be able to support you. Well, a lot of shocks that are happening today, COVID was one, climate shocks are another, hit everybody in the community. This means that if you're in trouble, I'm in trouble too. So I'm hardly in any position to be able to help you. Yeah? So the questions we look at here are whether Dharma Life employment can help people build resilience. I'll define what resilience is in a second, and cope with adversity. And secondly, can this, and this is a longer term study, can Dharma Life employment in sales create greater empowerment among women in particular? Yeah. And then the question is, how does such employment create empowerment and resilience? And finally, who benefits most? Again, this is early days. Who benefits most from Dharma Life employment? Yeah. Now, it seems like an easy thing to do. I could have stopped with just the video, yeah, and the video tells 1,000 stories. But the problem with just showing a video is that a lot of people have lots of heart-tugging videos. Not all of these heart-tugging videos represent impact at scale. You don't know, we don't know whether this is unique to an individual. Perhaps some of the individuals who are here from the villages today, who are selected. Yeah, is this unique? Is it the case, for instance, if you want to look at the impact of Dharma Life employment on empowerment, could it be actually that the causality works the other way around? That is, it's empowered women who take on jobs in rural India after all. We don't know, right? If I bring an empowered woman who happens to be a Dharma Life entrepreneur, we don't know if she was empowered to begin with. Or could it be what's called omitted variables in academic jargon? Could it be that smart women become empowered? Now, it just so happened that the Dharma Life managed to select smart women. Yeah, the most qualified women in the village. So we don't know if it was smartness or whether it was Dharma Life that led to that effect. Yeah? And to properly evaluate this effect and to rule out all of these details, you need to do what we did is run the largest, as far as we know, the largest study ever done that involves randomly assigning employment to individuals. So each of us, if those of us who have jobs, self-selected or were selected into employment. Yeah, there's some of that here. Here we have 3 groups of women out of about 1,000, a little over 1,000 women, through a random lottery run in London. 1/3 roughly get the Dharma Life sales employment treatment. 1/3 get no employment. In fact, they're going to start working soon. They have so far been in our control group. For them, it's life as usual. We say, because of the very high demand, we can't offer it to you right now, but we will. We promise to give it to you shortly. And then to rule out, to also account for the mere earning of money, which Dr. Mathur was referring to. Could it just be that you become empowered because you earn money? That's it. You could earn money in very many ways. It could be that you earn money by sitting at home, or it could be that you earn money by going out and selling. Is there a difference in how you earn money? So now, this happened. So we designed the study, we ran the study. While the study was ongoing, about 6 months, 7 months in, disaster struck. COVID, lockdowns, everything changed. So we said, how are our entrepreneurs doing? Has the fact that they have gone out and sold changed their resilience on two levels? Psychological resilience, are they more optimistic? Are they able to cope psychologically? As well as economic resilience, do they take up the kinds of programs that the government is offering? Because after all, at this point, when we were studying this, you could not do any meaningful work in most cases in the village because much of this work involved going outside. And finally, we look at who does Dharma Life employment help the most in terms of improving resilience. And our hypothesis, our logic, is that it should affect those in villages who are the most socially isolated. Now, what does that mean in the context of rural UP, where we set the study? We look at the impact of Dharma Life interventions on those women who are, specifically, we look at the difference in impact among those women who are from SC/SD backgrounds relative to other backgrounds. Because to this day, in many parts of India, there exists social isolation that comes from being a member of the SC/SD community. And our logic was having this ID that says you're an entrepreneur working for a respected organization in Delhi, and you have a smartphone and you're doing things for the betterment of the community, gives you a different identity that transcends, that goes beyond your SC/SD, the one dimension that too often society defines you on, and fails to give you the connections that you need. So our logic is that those who are most socially isolated will have the least access to information, especially in the context of a pandemic like this, and therefore they should benefit the most. So how do we do this? This was done in rural eastern UP. We have some folks from there. The 3 districts here that you can see, these are locations that are characterized by relatively low levels of female employment. In our sample, about 9% of the women had worked before they started with Dharma Life, although they were eager to work with Dharma Life. And about 40%, the Dharma Life recruits on a caste blind process. In fact, we had a huge discussion around whether we even asked them about their caste, which is a sensitive topic. After a lot of discussion, we did this, but about 37% of the women in our sample, by random chance, happened to be from the SC/SD community. We recruited 1 woman per 4 villages, at least 18 years old. They needed to have access to a smartphone. For reasons I won't get into now, all of the women in this study are married. We'll just keep it constant. We do a bunch of things. These are some of the images. Some of you were involved in this, of bringing all these women together in the local block headquarters. They came with their chaperones. We had to organize, the Dharma Life team helped organize hundreds and hundreds of taxi trips from villages to the blocks for the women as well as their chaperone, where we did some analyses I'll share with you, where we did the baseline analysis. And as I mentioned, through a random assignment, we have 3 groups of women. who are otherwise equal. I'll spare you the details, but trust me on this, they were equal on virtually every dimension. Their age is equal, their self-confidence is equal, their number of family members is equal, their income level, their access to TV, computers, everything is equal. But through a random lottery, somewhere in the control group, somewhere in the treatment, Dharma Life Employment Group, and somewhere in the what we call placebo, I'll explain what this means, group. In the Dharma Life Employment Group, they do what you have seen before, and you will see some of the remarkable women described today. They sell products and services, and such as in this case, to Dr. Mathu's point about, in this case, small portable solar lamps. And the nature of this employment is that if you perform better, you get paid more. Yeah. The nature of this employment is that there's uncertainty around the level of payment and the level whether or not people will buy. Yeah. There's you have a choice, and this is especially important to the rural women in our sample. You have the choice in the amount of time you spend per week and when you spend it. So the nature of the effort is the choice, and you can work independently. Well, in the placebo employment group, they have all of these, and they earn the same amount of money as those in the sales group, except they work from home. They work on more or less the same products, but they work as product testers. So this lady, for instance, is dropping a solar lamp into the water to see if it's waterproof, and it remains waterproof. And you could you could do product use studies, market research of various kinds. They do all of this, working with Dharma Life, earn the same amount of money, all of these characteristics, and the point is to rule out the effects of a whole bunch of things. Income. So it's beyond income. Performance-based pay, uncertainty, product familiarity, training, guidance, and support. The placebo market research women also have all of this. The only difference is those in the sales group go out and sell. Yeah, that's the part of the study. This is what they do. And of course, then COVID happens. Going out and selling changes dramatically. And the first wave, there weren't as many deaths. And then you had the scary Delta wave. You all have experienced this. I won't go into too much detail, just devastation. I'm going to share results very quickly on two dimensions. One on around resilience to the COVID lockdown. That was data collected in June 2021. And then at the end, gender empowerment, that's data that's being collected right now, starting October 2023. Yeah, that's a process that's still ongoing on gender empowerment. I'm going to start with psychological and economic resilience. And I'm going to show you some graphs. Forgive me for the stats here, but I'm going to show you some graphs. And the way to read these is you have the control group on this side, you have the sales group, and you have the placebo group. What this shows is whether you were aware, the percentage of women who are aware of the various relief programs offered by the government. And what you see in that middle graph is that those who went out and sold were more aware of the relief programs, which is a necessary condition to actually to make use of. Yeah. And now this is the same number, the same graph, except higher caste versus lower caste. Lower caste is SC/ST. And what you see is that the middle graph is highest for those from the SC/ST group who went out and sold. It's lowest for those from the SC/ST group who are in the control group, and it's this, well, the one there. Now, we then looked at actual take-up of relief programs by government, by NGOs, by various others. Same story. Those in the sales group were more likely to take up. And it's highest among those from the SCST. Now then I'll show you some numbers on psychological resilience. Here, lower is better, because the question is, in the future, things will be a lot worse. Do you believe that or not? Yeah. And those who are in the extreme, those who say yes, 4 or 5 on that percentage is about 20% in the sales group, but it's 35%. In the future, things will be a lot worse. It's 35% among those in the control group. And once again, it's the in the future, pessimism about the future is the lowest among those from the SCST group who are in the sales group. Same pattern. Inability to cope. Will I be able to adapt? Will I be able to overcome hardship? Now here, it appears that just earning money seems to have an impact. Yeah, you feel you don't need to necessarily go out and sell. Just knowing that you can earn money seems to allow you to be resilient in your ability to perceived ability to cope. Once again, same pattern. It's worst among those from the lowest castes, but also the best for those who have employment among the lowest castes. And why is that? Oops, sorry. Why is that? Well, they have connections. Those who go out and sell meet people. Those who go out and sell meet important people in the villages. In order to get permission to go out and sell, you have to actually interact with the village head, the village health worker, the village creche person, and so on. And so they have more connections. And strikingly, the women who had the least connections, because they were not only women, but also from the SCST community, were actually the most likely to have more connections. Yeah. So they go from having the least connections, when they have the opportunity to sell, they go out and grab that opportunity. Yeah. I'm going to skip this. And you saw this in the video. During the COVID crisis, to what extent have members of your community reached out to you for advice, information, and support? What you see here is that those in the SCST community who had sales had the greatest likelihood that others from the community came out and reached out to them. And similarly, you could become a source of support for others. Same story. Now, in the video, you also saw this reluctance or reluctance to have women go out outside their narrow neighborhood, often their household compound. Yeah? So, log kya kahenge? What will people say if our daughter-in-law goes out and meets strangers in other villages, for example? What you see here is, this is literally from yesterday, in those in the control group were the least likely to go out and meet someone in a central location in the village. Those in the sales group had greater mobility. Those in the sales group had the greatest influence on decision-making in the family on big purchases. It was roughly the same on small purchases among those who had jobs, any kind of employment that brought in money. Yeah? If you had any kind of employment that brought in money, including the placebo employment, that gave you some opportunity to have an impact on influence and decision-making in small purchases, but those in the sales group had higher decision-making. We then looked at the use of the veil, Google, and where, when you go outside the home, do you wear the gungar? And what you see is that those in the sales group are less likely when they go outside to wear the gungar, as another example of the transformation that happens to them. I could show this with numbers. What we also have done is videos of 1,448 women before and after in each of these 3 conditions. So what I'm going to show you is just a short snippet for the same person before and after. And now, of course, we also have the same thing for the placebo group and for the treatment, for the control group. So this is one. I've muted it. So now you understand, and if you look at the person and try to assess things like self-confidence, extroversion, the extent to which she does that, versus 4 years later, having gone out and sold. And you'll see many more examples of this today, of what we call this process of transformation from what we call lambs to lionesses. And you'll meet a number of lionesses today. One last example, known by your name rather than so-and-so's mother or so-and-so Inki Ma or Inki Bahu, known by your name. Actually having a job seems to make a difference. Yeah. Anyway, I'll end with this. Sales employment, what we show through this rather elaborate exercise is sales employment can have a positive impact, higher awareness, higher take-up of relief, less pessimism, wider set of connections, and initial results on greater employment. Thank you very much.
So, as you can see, lots of these studies are going on. This is one of the biggest and most ambitious ones. So it's glad I'm actually excited that we finally have results, because for 4 years we've been trying to kind of get here. I think it's just gratifying to see the results. May I now ask Dr. Sohan Shah to come forward? I think we'll be showing you also, how the behavior change happens. So Sohan will talk a bit about, the topic is creativity for humanity. Let me just put up the slides. Do you want to use?
Okay, namaste, and good morning, everyone. Thank you, Rajesh, for that. And, my topic is creativity for humanity. And creativity is often... it's a word that's thrown around quite easily, creativity. And I remember, as he said, I'm a doctor only by degree. By disposition, I'm more into a creative field. But before I made that shift, I met one person who I got to know later as a very well-known strategic consultant who lived in my building, called Rama Bijapurkar. And I spoke to her and I said, I want to write. And, I was saying, yeah, but you did medicine. I said, yeah, but it's too young when I had to decide. I just want to create stuff. She said, everyone thinks they are creative, right? And this is a challenge. Everyone thinks somewhere deep inside they can be creative. But let's put that creativity in context. In our case, when we're talking about behavior change, when we want to impact and make people think, feel, or do differently, that's creativity in this context. And I think those three words, think, feel, and do, are important. A lot of the work that we do is about making people think differently and also act differently. But the sweet spot for creativity is the feel part in the continuum of all of that. And, because as humans, we are animals of pattern. If we can understand something, it helps us. And therefore, we spend more time on the logical. But if you just think a little bit more, a lot of our decisions are driven also by the irrational. So it's important to recognize that and feed both parts of the way we do decision making, which something that feels good for us in control, which is the rational decision making, etc. but also the irrational, feel-driven things, which then we tend to justify later. So there's a nice consumer behavior quote which says you buy emotionally and you justify rationally, right? We feel good about that in many decisions we make. Okay, so that's what my topic is going to be about today, on how we've tried to use creativity. Just one thought I want to leave you with is, because I'm just going to show you 3 case studies that we put together. I'll give you context before showing you each, but often people feel creativity is something you pull out of the air. One of the simple things that we have to work on is insights, right? Not too many people understand that, but when you have a good insight, it makes people feel deeper about what you're saying. What does that mean? Some of the most popular communication films, things that we see come from insight, some very deep insight. For example, let's take a courier company. Not now, but in the times when couriers were expensive and when they sent something, what they sent wasn't just the physical thing. You are also sending emotions. Now that's an insight. When you realize that what you're couriering is emotion, because you're sending something important, then the way you talk about it changes and people connect to it. So an insight, very simply put, is to look at something in a way it's not been seen before. So it's already present, but I never looked at it like this, right? Like cricket in our country. That insight many years ago that it's a religion, it's not a sport. Oh, we've never looked at cricket like that. It's religion, right? Or could be in football in some states. So there are new ways of looking at information we already know, which can unlock ideas. And those ideas then go deeper into people's, just their connect with those ideas. Okay, so I'll stop there. And the first case study is on a program that we did many years ago. One of the first, kind of creative ideas that we unlocked together is called Dharma Chef. And how many people know about Master Chef here? Yeah, quite a few, right? So we said, why not take an idea from there? But the insight here is important. MasterChef was just the format, but you will learn more about the insight in the case study itself. So you don't have to hear my voice more. Indoor air pollution is the second largest killer, with 1.3 million deaths in India each year. Traditional mud stoves using coal and biomass fuel cause serious respiratory infections, lung cancer, infant deaths, low birth weight, and burns. Our rural women and children suffer the most, and there is irreparable damage to the environment. લાકડાના ચૂલામાં થોડો ઘણો પ્રોબ્લેમ થાય છે, આપણે શ્વાસની બીમારી થાય, પછી આંતરડાની તકલીફ થાય. Use of advanced cook stoves, ACS, is the ideal way to reduce indoor air pollution. These stoves reduce smoke emission and save fuel. There have been several efforts to promote the use of ACS. Government initiatives, subsidized fuel, campaigns by NGOs and manufacturers, and workshops by environment and health organizations. However, getting women in rural India to change cooking behavior has proven to be extremely difficult. Even today, 80% of rural households rely on traditional stoves and fuel. Working on ground with Dharma Life, an NGO that creates social change at the village level, we realized that most past campaigns see women as victims and either scare or instruct them. We needed to connect with her at a human level, and an answer to a simple question opened our eyes. When asked, how would you like your children to be when they grow up? One woman from the village said, just like yours. This told us that we needed to channel aspiration as an agent of social change. And this led to our insight. Bring rural women in the limelight to bring them out of the dark. We had to get her out of the kitchen and show off her cooking, because a campaign that excites and brings them respect also makes them more open to learn about advanced cook stoves and its value. This unlocked an entire campaign and activation idea for Dharma Life, which was applied across 50 villages in Kodinar district in Gujarat. An idea we called Dharma Chef, the taste of progress, Vikas ka Swad. A master chef-like cooking competition in our villages, where women were invited to showcase their cooking skills, but using only advanced cook stoves.
मैंने मटर पनीर की सब्जी और मसाला पूरी बनाई है। मैंने आज इसमें गाजरे की रोटी, केरदाई की सब्जी और बेसन गट्टे की सब्जी बनाई।
We went the whole 9 yards. Village-level competitions, fusion rounds, cheering crowds, campaign song, district finals, prizes for winners, photo shoots of the winning dishes, local PR. All this to get the women to experience cooking on advanced cook stoves and associate pride and progress with it. We built a 4-stage behavior change campaign around Dharma Chef. Education, motivation, celebration, and reinforcement. We got amazing reactions from the women. They felt the competition celebrated their culture, taught them about cleaner cooking, and inspired confidence. These 3 C's, culture, clean cooking, and confidence, made Dharma Chef a success. It hit just the right spot.
100% मैं जीतूंगी ही।
So that was one.
I think one thing I'll say, I think this is a program, so in which I think the anchors of this program are the audience today. So Ganesh and Rabasa, who Dharma Trust, who actually anchored this together.
Absolutely, yeah. And yeah, it's just amazing, you know, the thing that surprised us while this program was happening is the competitiveness that came through when the Dharma Chef was happening, and the entire family helping the woman to win. I remember one program which was in a village close to Udaipur, where the husband was running to the house to get some masalas, and the kid was slipping the masalas from behind. And there was some very creative cheating happening in the program, and it was fully on. And I think the kind of value additions that went on to this program, where we started speaking about nutrition while they were cooking. So we kept adding value and built on this, you know, almost like a value-added service to a platform you have. You know, insights is important. You know, as a team, we are here, we are spending time together. The advantage of the ecosystem that Dharma Life has created is there's a lot of depth in what we do, and there's also appreciation and respect for the human side of things, which is ideas and insights, and that combination is vital, you know, to accelerate change if we can. If you saw that video, you know, anyone who watches films, we think the dialogues speak the loudest, but sometimes the silences speak louder, right? And that's also an insight. And a lot of the new wave cinema that came used silence more than dialogues to make impact. That's an insight, because we've known cinema and we've known things for so long, but when we realize something, you then leverage it even better and you connect with that even better. This is the next thing we did again, as we've all referenced COVID quite a lot. Necessity makes you innovate, and that's what happened here. And again, it'll be self-explanatory about how a sales force that was very in-person converted into a digital kind of COVID relief sales force, and then we took that forward in many other ways.
When COVID hit, and as migrants returned to villages, livelihood and life both were intensely threatened. Responding to the challenge, Dharma Life, an NGO that works on building a network of women social entrepreneurs in rural India, pivoted this network into a COVID crisis management team. Our task was to help foster confidence and positivity in the community through these women leaders. Our insight came from the fact that while families need to stay apart physically, this was actually the time to come closer to fight together in spirit. At a time like this, unity is like immunity. A community that looks out for each other is stronger together. And with this, we started a WhatsApp-based campaign that would unite the families in the village by sharing content with each other in a group managed by these women leaders. This was a virtual way to feel a collective strength against COVID. It was about the village coming together, and that's how the initiative got its name, Sangram. There were various areas covered. Sangram Shiksha was the awareness arm, within which was Truck Series, which created awareness about COVID-appropriate behavior. Poem Challenge, an engagement activity to seed better protective behavior. Sangram Seva nurtured positivity and a sense of purpose, within which was Nai Rang Ki Rangoli. Families were asked to create rangolis that, by their very structure, cue unity and welcome positivity. Ek se bhale do abhiyan. Group members took a pledge to help a family member learn any new skill. We went further with Sangram Swasthya was about on-ground health support information. Sangram Sathi provided mental health support. Sangram Shakti was geared towards livelihood creation for rural women. All this because it takes a village to rise against COVID. We also took this content on social media to garner international support, where we showcased Sangram as we for village.
So this was the other program that happened as a case study, again driven by necessity. But I remember and it's also a learning model, because there were some things that really worked well, some things that we couldn't get the community to adopt and didn't get as much traction as we'd expected. But what this helped is it gave us a lot of leads into what can then be sustained forward. The way Jaya took up the livelihood model and what we are doing with clean energy. A lot of the leads came from here, because sometimes when you are challenged, everything comes under a microscope and you get insights again. And those insights can be used in communication, but can also be used programmatically, which is what Dharma Life then did. I'll just show you one last video, which so this is about hand hygiene and hand wash. And we did this as a challenge and at a rural level and at an urban level. More a challenge at an urban level and more an activity at a rural level. Again, the insight here will be quite relevant, will be quite clear once you see the video. And I'll share a little anecdote after this video, which quite pleases us.
India loses 200,000 children every year due to diarrhea. The simple act of washing hands with soap could protect 1 out of every 3 young children from diarrhea and its deadly impact. The pandemic was an additional reason to reinforce the life-saving importance of hand washing. 19th November, World Toilet Day, was a good opportunity to reinforce this habit and make people aware of the work Dharma Life was doing. We realized that for too long, children have been instructed to wash their hands, but never really been inspired to adopt it. We had to make it personal for them, make it their battle. With this insight in hand, we created the Haath Dho Dho Haath campaign. We cheered on children to take up hand washing with the resolve to fight germs, almost like how a superhero would fight an enemy. We created a heart song and video to get the campaign started. This was shared with the rural audience and also on social media. To take this campaign further, Dharma Life launched the hashtag Heart Challenge, urging people to strike a pose with winged hands to signify the power hand washing gives us. This was shared on social media to help raise awareness about the work Dharma Life was doing to promote this life-saving habit in rural India. We also promoted it across rural India through WhatsApp groups managed by Dharma Life's local network. This refreshing approach rallied people to join hands in the fight against germs.
Yeah. So that's what we did there. Just to conclude, couple of things about. It's good to see creativity, but I'll give you. I'll submit here that there was another campaign which was on similar lines on creating some kind of movement associated to washing hands, and that got a lot more traction. Right? Creatively, it might not have been as powerful, but besides the idea, and because we have partners here and partners who can help us as we go further, besides the idea, in the input and the output, there are two really important things that you need. The guy who wrote this song is now quite a well-known writer in the Hindi film industry. There's a film called Article 15. He's written that film. So in the input, you need to get competent people. Often in the social sector, we tend to rely on whoever can help us or what's the most basic available. But actually, you need to get the most competent people for a social message to cut through, which requires the support of the ecosystem. And also, you need to have a platform to put ideas through. We are quite confident in some of the ideas that the team has put together will actually cut through a lot more if there was a bigger platform and outreach of these ideas. And these are things that we struggle with. And it's important to share those struggles also. But I'll end on a more positive note. So we took this this Haddo campaign to this village. And we had gone with, I think, some partners who were visiting. And we kind of did a walkthrough on all the different activities we do. And then we went to that village after around 2 months again, because we had some other activity that we had to address. And we went back to the same village. That's okay. But so I'll just tell you about it. When we went there, we were trying to show you a video, but it's not being airdropped. So we were just walking into a school there. And I'd rather, I'll just show you what happened. So we were walking into a school, and out of the blue, this happened. Right. I love the fact that he's actually singing the tune also. And I think good ideas make the battle more inclusive. The kids made it their battle, and for years we've tried to make it a top-down battle. And I think that's the best testimony of creativity for humanity. So thank you.
Thank you, Ron. This is probably the most fun part of what we're doing. So maybe now I'd like to invite Rivasa to the stage. Rivasa will get a conversation started around our women entrepreneurs. And Rivasa, over to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible at the back? Great. अब हम हिंदी में बात करेंगे दीदी. So now, I'm sorry, how are we going to ensure that does everybody understand Hindi?
Yes.
I think you can? You can, okay, great. Now I'm assuming apart from 4 or 5 people, most of the audience present here understands Hindi. So now I'm going to just switch over to the language, and I would really appreciate if the Dharma Life team members could help the ones who cannot understand the language, help them understand what the women are going to share. Because what they're going to speak about is something that has been spoken about by Dr. Rajesh, was brought up by Dr. Ajay Mathur, Dr. Shah just spoke about it, is the very, very critical element, जो सबसे मूल बात है धर्मा लाइफ की, कि हम किस तरह से आपकी पहचान, आपके अपने व्यक्तित्व पे काम करते हैं. So something that comes from deeper, मैं सेम बात इंग्लिश में बोल रही हूँ, इसके बाद हम पूरा हिंदी में जाएंगे. So where we are encouraging them to explore the inner potential of the things that they can do, and in the process of that, they also identify with themselves more, and they're able to understand, and they're able to project the kind of respect that they command in the communities. So with that, I would like to welcome Rekha Didi, Sumitra Didi, Chara Didi. सब आ जाओ, चलो, अब तो आपका स्टेज है, आइए. Please give a huge round of applause, and please welcome them to the stage. और आगे पीछे वाले आपको. Now please come. So actually, I'm just going to stand here, and I'll keep the. मैं आप सबके माइक को लेके इधर से उधर करने में आसानी होगी. So a huge round of applause for them. Like we have mentioned before, ये लोग सब बहुत दूर दूर से आए हैं. We are representing गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र से है दीदी. हाँ, गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र, उत्तराखंड, और दीदी आपका नाम सॉरी छाया ना, छाया सावित्री सर. उन्होंने जो कॉस्ट्यूम भी पहना है, उनकी नाक का नाद, उनके गले का गुलबंद, ये उनके रीजन की स्पेशल चीजें. सो ये उनसे रिक्वेस्ट की थी हमने कि वो प्लीज अपने रीजन को रिप्रेजेंट करें. और मणिपुर ऑल्सो हियर, एंड बिहार से सुमित्रा दीदी हैं उधर, वो भी अपने बारे में बताएंगी. तो बिना समय और लगाए हुए हम लोग शुरू करते हैं. सो मैं आपसे दीदी इंकरेज करूंगी कि आप अपनी स्टोरी बताएं कि आप लोग धर्मा लाइफ के साथ कैसे जुड़े. हाँ, और आप सब एक एक करके हम लोग शुरू करेंगे कि आप लोग धर्मा लाइफ के साथ किस तरह से जुड़े, और आपको धर्मा लाइफ के साथ जुड़कर अपने जीवन में छोटी बड़ी कौन कौन सी चीजों में लगा कि कुछ चेंज आया है. ऑल्सो अगर आप लोग थोड़ा सा बता पाए कि आप और कितनी दीदियों को धर्मा लाइफ के साथ जोड़ पाए हैं, और इसमें अगर आप लोग थोड़ा सा अपना एक्सपीरियंस, पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस भी शेयर करेंगे तो बहुत अच्छा रहेगा. हम लोग यहाँ से शुरू करें. Now, could you understand what I said? Or do you want me to repeat? Okay, sure. तो छाया दीदी आपसे शुरू करें.
नमस्ते. हम गुजरात से आ रहे हैं। हमारा नाम ठाकुर छायाबेन विक्रम जी है। हम पिछले 2016 से धर्म लाइफ में जुड़ी है और धर्म लाइफ में नहीं जुड़ी थी तब हम घर में रहती थी। पता नहीं चलता था कैसे बात करने का, किसी को मिलने का, कुछ पता नहीं था हमको। हम घूंघट में रहते थे और हमारे समाज में से बहू बेटी नहीं बाहर निकलती थी। पर जब धर्म लाइफ में जुड़ा तो मुझे अच्छी खासी बदलाव आई है और मैं ऐसे बैठ सकती हूँ, आप सबसे मिल सकती हूँ, बात कर सकती हूँ। मैं पहले जब 16 में इंटरनेट साथी में जुड़ी थी तब मुझे मोबाइल भी नहीं आता था। तो धर्म लाइफ से मुझे मोबाइल मिला, तो मैं धर्म लाइफ से मोबाइल सीखी और गांव गांव जाके हमने सर्वे किया और गांव की महिलाओं को नहीं आता था मोबाइल कैसे यूज करना, तब हमने उसको सिखाया और हम अकेली काम करती थी। अब मैंने सब महिलाओं को साथ लेके काम किया है। एक सोसाइटी बनाई है मैंने, 14 बहनें ली है और उस सोसाइटी का नाम अक्षर रखा है क्योंकि हमारे गांव में अक्षरधाम है और सब महिलाएं भगवान में श्रद्धा रखती है, इसलिए हमें आगे बढ़ना है। इसलिए भगवान के साथ लेके हम आगे बढ़ना चाहते हैं। और सोसाइटी में जब बहनों को मैं मिली तब बहनें अच्छी खासी खिचकाती थी, पर मैंने उसको समझाया कि मैं देखो कैसे मैं भी ऐसे तुम्हारी जैसी घर में थी तो मैं बाहर निकली तो अब तुमको भी मैं मेरे जैसी बनाना चाहती हूँ। तो 14 बहनें तैयार हुई, अभी वो सेल्स करती है, वो सोसाइटी बनाई है ना ऐसे। और अभी धर्म लाइफ से मैं ये चाहती हूँ कि अब हमारे गांव और हमारे समाज में अभी भी ज्यादा वो झूने ख्याल के होता है ना, ऐसे हमारे गांव में सब है। हमारे समाज में लड़कियों को कहा नहीं बाहर जाने का। मैं भी आई यहाँ, मुझे भी ना पड़ती पर भी मैं आई हूँ और यहाँ से आगे जाना चाहती हूँ। धर्म लाइफ से ये चाहती हूँ कि अब भी वो सपोर्ट करे हमें कि हमारी जैसी महिलाओं को मैं बाहर ला सकूं।
चाहे दीदी आपका शायद दीदी आप जो काम करती हैं उससे आपका कुछ कमाई में भी ट्रांसलेट होता है, मतलब आप कमाने लगी हैं?
हाँ, पहले मेरे मेरे पास भी पैसे नहीं थे और मेरे बच्चे के लिए मुझे किसी का पास हाथ फैलाना पड़ता था। अब मैं धर्म लाइफ से छुड़ी हूँ तो मुझे ये दिक्कत नहीं होती है और मेरे घर में भी मुझे अच्छी खासी मदद हो जाती है और मेरे बच्चे को पढ़ाई में भी थोड़ा मदद हो जाती है।
तो आपके घर वालों को समझ में आता है कि अब आप पैसे घर में दे रही हो?
हाँ, पहले तो उसको भी मुझे बाहर निकलना नहीं था, पर अब जो पैसे घर में थोड़ी सी मदद हो जाती है तो अच्छा लगता है सबको। अब
थैंक यू सो मच।
मैं उत्तराखंड चमोली से हूँ। मेरा नाम रेखा दोपाल है और मैं पिछले 1 साल से धर्मा लाइफ से जुड़ी हुई हूँ, जहाँ पे मैंने टेलरिंग का कोर्स किया है ऑनलाइन और ऑफलाइन। मुझे वहाँ पे अच्छे से टेलरिंग का कोर्स सिखाए गए हैं, जहाँ से मैंने अच्छे अच्छे तरीके से डिजाइनिंग कपड़े बनाने सीखे हैं। और खास तौर से मैंने वहाँ पर जो हमारा वेस्ट कपड़ा होता है उसको दोबारा रीयूज कैसे किया जाता है, पर्यावरण को और दूषित होने से कैसे बचाया जा सकता है, इस बारे में सीखा है। तो मैंने जो वेस्ट कपड़ा होता है उसको दोबारा रीयूज करके अनेक नई नई चीजें बनाई हैं, जिसे मैंने मार्केट में सेल किया है। तो जैसे मैं हैंड बैग, पायदान बना लेती हूँ, अभी जन्माष्टमी आती है तो उस पे कान्हा जी की ड्रेस बना लेती हूँ, कान्हा जी का सिंहासन बना लेती हूँ, जो कि उस टाइम में काफी बिकते हैं मार्केट में। तो ऐसी काफी चीजें मैं बना लेती हूँ, तो जिससे मेरी सेविंग अर्निंग जो है काफी ज्यादा हो जाती है। और जैसे ऑर्डर आते हैं मेरे पास, तो जैसे ज्यादा ऑर्डर आते हैं तो मैं लोगों के पास भी देती हूँ काम, और मैं सिलाई औरों को भी सिखाती हूँ, कई लोगों को मैंने सिखाया भी है।
तो रेखा कब से हो धर्मा लाइफ के साथ?
जी मैं 1 साल से जुड़ी हूँ।
1 साल से। और उसके पहले आप किसी संस्था के साथ जुड़े थे?
जी नहीं,
पहली बार आप धर्मा लाइफ के साथ ही जुड़े?
जी नहीं।
अच्छा, और आपको अपना पहले 1 साल पहले के लाइफ में और अभी में कुछ ऐसे लगता है कि कुछ आप काम करते हो वो अलग बात है, पर जो उसके साथ है कि बाहर निकलना पड़ रहा है, पैसे मिल रहे हैं या ऑर्डर आ रहे हैं, इन सब चीजों से आपको कुछ फर्क लगा आपके अपने घर में?
जी फर्क नहीं, में पूरा चेंज आ गया है लाइफ में।
हाँ, कुछ बताओगे आप हमें कैसे चेंज आया?
तो पहले मैं कुछ नहीं करती थी, तो घर में बैठे हुए बहुत तंगी होती थी, आर्थिक तंगी होती थी। तो धर्मा लाइफ से जुड़ने के बाद मुझे काम करने का मौका मिला, जो मेरे अंदर कला थी उसको बाहर लाने का मौका मिला, तो ज्यादा लोगों के संपर्क में आने का मौका मिला। शायद मैं पहली बार ही आई हूँ इतने लोगों के बीच में।
हाँ, नहीं आप बहुत अच्छे से बता पा रहे हो, मुझे लगता है सबको समझ में आ रहा है ना कि इतने अच्छे से बता रहे हो। तो हाँ, नहीं हमें बहुत अच्छे से समझ आता है और इट्स वेरी अप्रिशिएबल, मतलब सबको बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है जान के।
जैसे कि दीदी ने भी बताया कि हमारे यहाँ पर भी महिलाओं को सपोर्ट नहीं किया जाता है, केवल घर के कामों में लगाया जाता है।
आपके तो 2 बड़े बच्चे हैं
जी,
इनके एक 16 साल का बच्चा है और एक 14 साल का बच्चा है।
जी,
तो ये बड़े बच्चों की माँ है और इन्होंने इतना लंबा समय अपने ससुराल में काटा था पहली बार निकल के कुछ करने से पहले। तो जो राजेश जी ने जो शुरू में हमें डेटा दिखाया था, ये उस डेटा के फेसेस हैं, क्योंकि वो डेटा दिखाना आसान होता है तब समझ में नहीं आता जब स्लाइड पे लिखा होता है 200 लोग, पर जब उन 200 लोगों को चेहरे मिलते हैं और जब वो स्टोरी सामने आती है तो वो इतना इंस्पायरिंग होती है ना, बहुत मोटिवेटिंग है। रेखा की स्टोरी मुझे बहुत मोटिवेटिंग लगी, बिकॉज इतने साल लगे उसे खुद से मिलने में, और बहुत डिफरेंट होता है जहां से ये आती है उतना चमोली में ऊपर जाकर, जहाँ पर मेन शहर तक जाने में इतना टाइम लग जाता है। लाइक उनको कल सुबह 8 बजे निकली थी और रात को 10 बजे पहुंची, राइट? सो आई थिंक कई बार हम नहीं समझ पाते हैं, पर ये 10 घंटे की जर्नी करने के लिए उसको इतने साल लग गए, इतने साल लगे उसको ताकि वो 10 घंटे अकेले अपने घर से दूर आके अपनी कहानी कह सके। सरेगा बिल्कुल प्लीज।
काफी छोटी एज में शादी होने के कारण तो जो पढ़ाई लिखाई थी वो भी कंप्लीट नहीं हो पाई, तो मुझे जैसे आर्थिक तंगी होती थी तो लगता था कोई जॉब ढूंढूं या कुछ करूं, तो माइंड में ये आता था कि मेरी तो पढ़ाई है नहीं पूरी, तो मैं क्या कर सकती हूँ, कुछ भी नहीं कर सकती हूँ। लेकिन ये ख्याल आया माइंड में कि मैं सिलाई सीख लूं, जिसमें ज्यादा पढ़ाई की जरूरत होती नहीं है।
सही बात है।
हाँ, तो
कहने की बात है कि जरूरत नहीं होती है, तुम इंटेलिजेंट तो हो ही,
हाँ,
तभी तो तुमने कुछ चुना अपने लिए।
तो बाहर जा नहीं पाते हैं, गांव में जाने नहीं देते हैं वैसे, तो मैं धर्मा लाइफ संस्थान से जो जुड़ी ऑनलाइन, तो वहीं पे मैंने सब कुछ सीखा है।
थैंक यू रेखा, और थैंक यू हिम्मत दिखाने के लिए और सीखने के लिए, क्योंकि ज्यादातर लोग छोड़ देते हैं।
हाँ, तो आगे मैं इस काम को और भी बड़े स्तर पर करना चाहूंगी।
प्लीज करना, और दीदियों को जोड़ना, आपके गांव में, आपके घर में, आपके आसपास और बहुत महिलाएं होंगी जिनकी यही स्टोरी होगी।
जी बहुत
है ना?
हाँ,
तो उनको जोड़िए।
उन महिलाओं को भी मैं मैसेज देना चाहती हूँ कि मतलब ये चीज हमारे माइंड में फिक्स होती है कि हम कुछ कर नहीं सकते हैं, अगर हम हिम्मत दिखाते हैं तो रास्ते हमें मिल ही जाते हैं।
आई एग्री, मतलब आप इसका बिल्कुल एग्जाम्पल आप ही हैं।
जी,
सो विद अ बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज।
बहुत ही ज्यादा चेंज आएंगे, इसलिए मैं धर्मा लाइफ को धन्यवाद बोलती हूँ। बहुत बहुत
थैंक यू। आई थिंक धर्मा लाइफ टीम आपको धन्यवाद बोलती है कि आपने इतनी हिम्मत दिखाई और आपने अपने आसपास की चीजों को खुद से तोड़ा। सो अगले साल जब आप कॉन्फ्लुएंस में आएंगी तो आप बाकी दीदियों की स्टोरी के साथ आइएगा जी। नमस्ते दीदी।
नमस्ते।
आप प्लीज पहले तो ये भी बताइएगा अपनी पोशाक के बारे
मेरा
में।
नाम सावित्री है।
हाँ जी।
मैं उत्तराखंड के चंबल डिस्ट्रिक्ट से हूँ और ये हमारा उत्तराखंड का पारंपरिक पहनावा है। लवा और पाखली बोलते हैं इसको। तो मैं एक गरीब परिवार से हूँ। हम लोग गांव में खेती बाड़ी का काम करते हैं। मेरा भी एक बेटा और एक बेटी है। बेटी 19 साल की है और बेटा 16 साल का। तो पति भी घर में दिहाड़ी मजदूरी करते हैं। तो पहले मेरा इनकम का कोई साधन नहीं था। तो हमारे गांव में हमारे डीएलई दीदी ने मुझे धर्मा लाइफ संस्थान की जया परियोजना के बारे में बताया। तो मैंने सिलाई तो सीखी ही, फिर मैंने सेल्स का काम भी किया और अब मैं ये रेंटल मॉडल के बारे में जाना इसमें। तो मैं ये हमारा उत्तराखंड का जो पारंपरिक पहनावा है इसको मैं खरीद के किराए पे देती हूँ।
अच्छा, तो आप इसी कॉस्ट्यूम को वहाँ पे किराए पे देती हैं?
हाँ जी।
किसको देती हैं किराए पे?
हमारे यहाँ पे गांव में प्रोग्राम होते हैं, स्कूलों में ले जाते हैं लोग।
और आपने खरीदा कैसे, पहली बार कैसे खरीदा?
हमारे यहाँ पे भोटिया लोग होते हैं तो बनाते हैं इसको, उनसे लिया।
तो रेंट पे खरीदा, मतलब ईएमआई पे खरीदा कि सारा पैसे देके खरीदा, लोन लेके खरीदा, कैसे खरीदा?
नहीं, घर से मेरे को थोड़ा बहुत वो लोन भी लिया हमने। एसएचजी में भी है जुड़े।
हाँ।
तो मैंने 10-12 ड्रेसेस अलग अलग साड़ी के लिए हैं और उनको किराए पे देती हूँ और इससे मेरी अच्छी खासी इनकम हो जाती है।
ये तो बहुत ही बढ़िया है। आपके अलावा कोई करता है ये?
नहीं, अभी तो नहीं कर रहे। लोग लहंगे साड़ी वो देते थे, मैंने उसको चुना।
तो आपने ये खुद से आइडेंटिफाई किया, मतलब आपने खुद से ढूंढा?
हाँ, धर्मा संस्थान के माध्यम से मुझे रेंटल मॉडल के बारे में जाना, तो मैंने कहा इसकी ज्यादा डिमांड है तो मैं इसको चूज करूँ।
ये तो आपने बहुत ही इनोवेटिव, लाइक दिस इज इनोवेशन, क्योंकि उनको समझ में आया कि सोलर और कुकर और ये सब तो मैं रेंट कर ही सकती हूँ, लेकिन ये पोशाक की भी काफी ज्यादा डिमांड है। तो आई थिंक दिस इज अ बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज टू यू फॉर थिंकिंग, क्योंकि जब हम पुश करते हैं अपने आप को, जब हमें जरूरत होती है वहां पर हम कुछ नया सोच सकते हैं। तो उन्होंने अपने लिए खुद सोचा और धर्मा लाइफ ने उसे सपोर्ट किया। They were not really, and I think that is one of the most interesting things कि धर्मा लाइफ ने आपको ये नहीं कहा कि ये बिजनेस नहीं करेंगे या इस बिजनेस को ऐसे नहीं करेंगे। So I think जो संस्था किसी भी महिला के साथ उसकी जर्नी का पार्ट हो जाती है, उससे ज्यादा ऑर्गेनिक इनकम जनरेशन अपॉर्चुनिटीज आई डोंट थिंक कोई और ढूंढ सकता है। सो ये आपने अपने लिए खुद किया है विद द सपोर्ट ऑफ धर्मा।
पहली बार आई हूँ मैं भी यहाँ पे।
हाँ,
फर्स्ट बार तो धर्मा लाइफ संस्थान का धन्यवाद करना चाहूंगी जो मुझे आगे आने का मौका भी मिला और मेरी आर्थिक स्थिति में भी बहुत अच्छा सुधार है।
तो
और मैं
एसएचजी में महिलाएं हैं, आप उनके साथ भी जुड़ी हुई हैं?
हाँ जी,
वो भी करते हैं कुछ काम?
अभी बोल रही हूँ मैं उनको भी जोड़ने के लिए, सिलाई का एक करने की।
और लगभग कितना पैसा जोड़ते हैं आप लोग आपस में? एक दूसरे को लोन देते हैं? देते हैं। कितना पैसा जोड़ते हैं आप लोग
ग्रुप में? तो हम वैसे पहले 50-50 रुपए की बचत करते हैं। फिर हमारे एसएचजी में 1 लाख 1.5 लाख ऐसे लोन मिलता है।
अरे वाह। सो आई थिंक ये
तो देते हैं 1% पे।
1% पे आप लोग आपस में। और पहले मिलता था आपको कहीं से?
नहीं।
तो ये सब धर्मा लाइफ के साथ ही किया आपने। थैंक यू दीदी, थैंक यू सब बताने की। आपने जया प्रोग्राम के साथ शुरू किया ना दीदी? आपने जया प्रोग्राम के साथ ही शुरू किया। तो आपने और आपने दोनों ने जया के साथ ही धर्मा लाइफ के साथ काम शुरू किया। थैंक यू। आप अभी बताओगे कि लास्ट में बताओगे, क्योंकि आपने सबसे ज्यादा काम किया है यहाँ पे। हाँ, लास्ट में आए आपके पास। दीदी वहां से शुरू करें, आपसे शुरू करें। इसको आप लगाओ।
मैं गुजरात से आ रही हूँ। मैंने पहले धर्मा लाइफ भी नाम भी कभी नहीं सुना था, लेकिन हमारे गांव में भाई आए थे गांव पंचायत में और उन्होंने बोला कि मेरी एक दीदी की मदद चाहिए, वो धर्मा लाइफ कंपनी में काम करने के लिए। तो वो धर्मेश भाई और जुनेद भाई दोनों मुझे मिले। तो उन्होंने मुझे बताया कि बहन आपको धर्मा लाइफ कंपनी में काम करना चाहती है? तो मैंने बोला हाँ। तो पहले मैंने कभी बाहर निकलने का भी नहीं सोचा था। मैं घर से ही मेरे बच्चे को पढ़ाती थी, घर काम करती थी। मेरे पति ऑटो रिक्शा चला रहे थे। तो मैंने सोचा एक बार कि मैं बाहर जाऊं और कुछ काम करके दिखाऊं। तो पहले धर्मा लाइफ में मैंने सोच समझ कर अपना काम शुरू किया। वो ऑनलाइन बच्चे को सिखा रहे थे इंग्लिश मीडियम में। तो मैंने भी अपने बच्चे को ऑनलाइन सिखाया। दूसरे पड़ोस वाले बच्चों को भी मैंने ऑनलाइन सिखाया। और मेरे पति ऑटो रिक्शा चला रहे थे, तो मैंने सोचा कि मैं जब पैसा कमाऊंगी तो मेरे बच्चों के और मेरे पति को भी काम में आएगी। और पहले
अवंतिका बहन, डिफरेंस दिखता है अब जब आप कमाते हो तो फर्क दिखता है?
मैंने कभी सोचा नहीं था कि मेरे बच्चों को मैं ज्यादा पढ़ाऊंगी।
हाँ।
लेकिन अब मैंने सोचा है कि मैं धर्मा लाइफ में काम करती हूँ और 25-50 जो कमाती हूँ, मुझे जो पैसे मिलते हैं, तो मेरी बड़ी बच्ची है ना, तो उसे मैं विदेश इंग्लिश मीडियम में पढ़ाती हूँ।
अरे वाह।
और दूसरा बेटा भी है, वो भी पढ़ता है गांधीनगर स्कूल में मेरा। बड़ी बच्ची इंग्लिश मीडियम एसके स्कूल में पढ़ती है और मैं उसे IELTS भी कराती हूँ। और उससे मेरा सपना है कि मैं धर्मा लाइफ में काम करूँ और मेरी बच्ची को मैं विदेश भेजूँ। मैं आगे काम करती। और मैंने भी मेरी वो छाया बहन मेरी भी सहेली थी। हम दोनों सहेली है। वो एक बार मुझे मिली तो मैंने भी उनसे कहा कि आप भी धर्मा लाइफ में काम करेंगे। तो पहले उन्हें मुझे ना बोल दिया और बाद में मैंने 2 बार उससे फोन करके बुलाया, तो वो भी वापस आई और मुझे मेरे साथ देने के लिए हम इधर दिल्ली में आए। और कभी प्लेन में भी नहीं बैठे थे, तो वो प्लेन में बैठे और हमें गुजरात से इधर आ गए और धर्मा लाइफ में नमस्ते।
प्लेन में बैठे थे तो डर लगा, फिर कैसे लगा? कैसा अच्छा लगा? मजा आया? एयरपोर्ट कौन सा ज्यादा अच्छा लगा? दोनों ही अच्छे थे। लेकिन अवंतिका बहन, आपकी स्टोरी में सबसे ज्यादा खूबसूरत बात यह है कि आपकी दोस्त मना करती रही, लेकिन आप एक अच्छी दोस्त की तरह लगी रही, है ना चाय बहन? सो अगली बार आप लोग अपनी और दोस्तों में ये बात कीजिएगा, क्योंकि अगर जहां पर हम लोग हैं चाय बहन, वहां पे एक एक औरत एक दूसरे को पकड़ के जब तक ऊपर नहीं खींचेगी, तब तक बहुत सारी दीदी नीचे रह जाएंगी, है ना?
वो जब दीदी मैं उससे फोन करती हूँ, मेरी सहेली है, जब किसी बाहर जाते हैं ना हम साथ में, तो मैं पहले उनसे फोन करती हूँ आपको आने का है, तो पहले तो वो ना बोल देती है, पर मैं बाद में ऐसा कहती हूँ चलो चलो मेरे साथ।
नहीं, आपने बहुत मतलब आप समझ रहे हो आपका कितना प्रभाव आया उन पे। तो आई थिंक ये हम सबको ही
उनसे घर में से सास ससुर और इसको देवर सब कुछ ना बोलते थे, लेकिन मैंने ऐसा बोला कि नहीं हम उनके साथ हैं।
हाँ हाँ बिल्कुल, आप साथ में हो और आप आज साथ बैठे हो, तो ये आपने बहुत ही मोटिवेटिंग पार्ट बताया अपनी स्टोरी का। थैंक यू अवंतिका बहन। सुमित्रा दीदी पूरी स्टोरी बताना सब कुछ।
मेरा नाम सुमित्रा कुमारी है और मैं गया बिहार से हूँ। मैं पहले एक किसान दीदी थी, साधारण सी दीदी थी जो घर में ही रहती थी। मेरा गांव एकदम नक्सलीवादी गांव है, जो महिलाओं को घर से निकलने की कोई अनुमति नहीं मिलती थी। तो हमने खेतों में काम किया और उसी दौरान मुझे एक DAV दीदी से मुलाकात हुई। उन्होंने बताया कि धर्माला के बारे में। फिर मैंने धर्माला में जुड़कर पति पत्नी दोनों को मौका मिला इसमें काम करने के लिए, तो हमने कंधा से कंधा मिलाकर पति पत्नी दोनों ने काम किया है। उसके बाद मुझे JF प्रोग्राम में काम करने का मौका मिला। उसमें मैंने दीदियों को सिलाई के बारे में बताया, मशरूम की खेती के बारे में बताया और ये ब्यूटिशियन करने के लिए बताया। तो दीदी में अपना जीवन में कुछ करना चाह रही थी, तो इसमें दीदी जुड़कर उनको मैंने धर्माला के माध्यम से प्रशिक्षण दिलवाया और दीदी जुड़ करके कुछ अपना सिलाई का खुद का अपना घर में दुकान, छोटा मोटा दुकान करके सिलाई कर रही है और कुछ छोटा मोटा ऑर्डर भी ले रही है। ऑर्डर लेकर के कुछ प्रॉफिट भी कर रही है दीदी, इनकम भी कमा रही है। और मैं युवक कार के रूप में भी काम किया था, जो गांव से आकर के मैंने दीदियों को सफल कपल बनाया, परिवार नियोजन के बारे में बताया, जो उससे काफी मेरे गांव में बदलाव आया है। हमने सफल कपल जोड़ी के बारे में बताया तो दीदी ने बहुत ही अपना परिवार नियोजन के बारे में सूझबूझ से अपना ये परिवार नियोजन के बारे में बताया, तो अपना घर खर्च भी समझदारी से चला रहे हैं, अपना परिवार भी छोटा मोटा परिवार भी मतलब परिवार भी चला रहे हैं, बच्चे को भी।
सुमित्रा दीदी, आपके कितने बच्चे हैं बताइए सर?
मेरे 3 बच्चे हैं।
और आप कब से जुड़ी हुई हो धर्मा लाइफ से?
मैं 2021 में धर्मा लाइफ में जुड़ करके काम कर रही हूँ।
और आप आज डीएलई लीडर खुद हो?
जी, मैं एक डीएलई भी हूँ।
हाँ,
जो
नहीं, मुझे बहुत मजा आया ये सुन के कि आप सिलाई से लेके परिवार नियोजन तक, और आपने मुझे बताया था कि आप टीबी।
जी, मैं ऐसी कम्युनिटी में मैं घूरते मैंने कम्युनिटी के साथ में रह रही हूँ।
हाँ।
तो मुझे मौका मिला है अदर लोगों से भी ये फ्री में सेवा करने का, तो मैं सपोर्ट करती हूँ, उनको फ्री में इलाज करवाती हूँ, जांच करवाती हूँ। अगर वो पॉजिटिव निकल जाता है तो उनको कोर्स भी पूरा करवाती हूँ। और
आप कितनी बहनों के साथ जुड़ी हुई हैं अभी? कितनी बहनें हैं आपके पास डीएलई के नेटवर्क में? वहां पे
डीएलई के नेटवर्क पर मैंने 100 दीदियों को ये जोड़ा है।
3 साल में आपने 100 दीदियों को जोड़ा है।
वो अच्छा काम कर रही है। मैं सेल का भी काम कर रही हूँ, जिसमें मैंने 8 इंडक्शन भी सेल किया है।
क्या सेल किया है?
इंडक्शन।
हाँ जी।
और इको का लाइट मुझे मिला, उसको भी सेल किया है। कम से कम 10-12 लाइटें मैंने सेल किया है। और
जो बाकी दीदियां आपके साथ जुड़ी हैं वो भी सेल करती है?
हाँ, वो मैंने ग्रुप बनाई है। जो मैं एक डीएलई हूँ, जो मेरे पास प्रोडक्ट आता है तो जो डीएलटी दीदी है जो ट्रेनिंग दी है, तो मैं ऑर्डर करवा करके साड़ियाँ देती हूँ, वो साड़ियाँ सेल करती है। और मैं जो मेरे पास प्रोडक्ट ऑर्डर करवाती हूँ वो डीएलई दीदी को दे देती हूँ, वो अपना सेल करती है।
थैंक यू सो मच सुमित्रा दीदी। और आप इससे पहले दिल्ली आए कभी?
मैं धर्मा लाइफ में काम कर रही हूँ, मुझे मेरे अंदर बहुत कॉन्फिडेंस मिला है। मैं राजीव सर को और कमल सर को मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहूंगी, जिन्होंने मेरे साथ खड़ा रह करके यहाँ तक पहुँचाने में मेरी मदद की है। आपको भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहूंगी, जिसे मैं जुड़ करके अपना थोड़ा सा प्रॉफिट करके मैं खुद का दुकान की है, जिसमें मैंने अपना खुद का पूंजी लगाया है और एक अच्छी खासी दुकान चला रही।
क्या क्या बेचते हो दीदी आप दुकान में?
जी, मेरा पहले एक छोटा सा दुकान था, जो कुछ कुरकुरे वगैरह लेकर के बेचते थे। अब मैं उसमें फुटवेयर का दुकान खोली।
फुटवेयर का, चप्पल भी, मतलब चप्पल जूते की दुकान। और इसकी लागत आपने खुद से निकाली?
जी, मैंने ये सेल का काम किया।
हाँ।
उसमें मैंने प्रॉफिट हुआ तो
बहुत
में से मैं पूंजी लगाई हूँ। और पहले मेरा ज्यादा कॉन्फिडेंस, मुझे ये अच्छा लगा, मुझे घर से निकलने का अनुमति नहीं मिलती थी। लेकिन जब धर्मा लाइफ में जुड़ी तो पति पत्नी दोनों निकल करके काम किया। और फिर अकेले जया में भी काम करने का मौका मिला। मैं अकेले अब जहाँ चाहती हूँ वहाँ जा सकती हूँ और ये मैं काम कर सकती हूँ पूरे कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ।
बहुत बढ़िया। थैंक यू सुमित्रा दीदी।
नमस्ते, मेरा नाम नीलम है मैं अयोध्या से आई हूँ। मेरे छोटा सा
नीलम दीदी 1 मिनट 1 सेकंड में ना उनको बात पूरी
मैं एक सपना लेकर के आई हूँ। ये मेरा सोच है कि मैं मेरे गांव में बहुत सी प्रतिभाएं दीदी है जिनको मैं कुछ उजागर करने की जरूरत है। मैं चाहती हूँ कि धर्मा लाइफ कुछ सपोर्ट करे और कुछ साधन पहुंचाए, कुछ छोटा मोटा रोजगार दे जिससे दीदी को भी अपना घर में खुद का रोजगार कर सके और 2 पैसे वो भी इनकम कमा सके।
बिल्कुल।
और मैं धर्मा लाइफ से रिक्वेस्ट करती हूँ कि वो मदद करने में हम जैसे डीएलई को सपोर्ट करें।
आपने इसके साथ गौरव को बहुत सारा काम दे दिया। गौरव अपना काम ले लीजिए। नीलम दीदी वेलकम, अब आपका चांस।
नमस्ते, मेरा नाम नीलम है। पूरा नाम नीलम तिवारी है। मैं अयोध्या से आई हूँ। मेरे गांव का नाम बहुत डिफिकल्ट है, जैसे कहते हैं टेकी तिवारीपुरा, छोटा गांव है। वहाँ मैं वहाँ पे मैं एक बहू हूँ जो मेरे घर गांव में खेती बाड़ी होती है, जैसे गन्ने की, गेहूं की और धान की होती है। तो मैं घर की बहू हूँ, मुझे बाहर जाने की वो नहीं है। तो हमें शादी में सिलाई मशीन मिली थी, तो छोटे मोटे कपड़े सिलते थे। तो एक दिन हमें डेली दीदी सोमनाम दीदी आई, उन्होंने बताया कि दीदी अगर आप सिलाई करना चाहती हैं और अच्छा करना चाहती हैं तो आपको धर्मा लाइफ से जुड़िए जैल से, जिससे आप सिलाई कर सकती हैं और सीख भी सकती है। तो हमने कहा ठीक है दीदी आप हमें जोड़ दीजिए। तो उन्होंने हमें जोड़ा, तो हम उनसे जोड़े। तो हमें जो हमें सिखाती है दीदी, उनका नाम, सॉरी मैं नाम भूल जाती हूँ उनसे, वो दीदी ने हमें सिखाया, जिसमें उन्होंने हमें बहुत सारी चीजें सिखाई। ब्लाउज है, सूट है और सलवार वगैरह, पेटीकोट और अन्य चीजें भी सिखाई हैं। तो मैं अब अपना सिलने लग गई, इससे मेरा मुनाफा भी बढ़ गया। जैसे आस पड़ोस के दीदी हैं, सास लोग हैं, आती हैं, सिलती हूँ तो कहेंगी ठीक है मेरा भी सिलो, फिर मेरा कुछ पैसे उसमें भी मुनाफा हुआ दीदी। तो हम गए कि एक दिन हमने दीदी जो हमें सिलाई सिखती थी, ने कहा दीदी हमें थोड़ा और कोई काम हो जाए। तो उन्होंने कहा कि क्या आप साड़ियाँ सेल करेंगी? मैंने कहा बिल्कुल करेंगे। तो हम उन्होंने मुझे साड़ियाँ दी थी, जो कि हमारे आस पड़ोस की गांव में तो अक्सर औरतें आती जाती रहती हैं। तो उन्हें दिखाया कि दीदी देखिए हमारे पास साड़ी आई है, आप देखेंगे तो आपको अच्छा लगे तो आप ले लीजिए। तो उन्होंने कहा ठीक है दिखाइए। तो हमने उन्हें दिखाया, तो उन्होंने कहा कि ये साड़ी अच्छी है। तो उन्होंने कई दीदियों ने साड़ी दी और उसका ब्लाउज भी हमें दिया सिलने के लिए।
अरे वाह।
तो हमने सिला और साड़ी में फाल लगाने के भी दिया उन्होंने। इससे मेरा मुनाफा भी बढ़ा। जो पहले मैं 400 से 500 तक कमाती थी, अब मेरा 1000 तक हो गया। साड़ी में भी हमें मुनाफा मिला, ब्लाउज के और फॉल लगाने के भी मिले। अब मैं चाहती हूँ कि मैं धर्मा लाइफ से कि जो ऑनलाइन सीखती हूँ अब ऑफलाइन भी सिखाना चाहती हूँ, जिसमें मैं मदद चाहूंगी कि धर्मा लाइफ की हमें मदद करे कि हम और औरतों को जोड़ूं। अब मैं बाहर पहले आने की परमिशन नहीं मिली, क्योंकि हमारी सासू माँ को दिया, मेरे साथ भेजा गया, तो हमारे हस्बैंड या हमारे घर वाले आने की परमिशन दिए।
कहाँ है आपके सासू माँ? जाएंगे
आई है पर यहाँ नहीं आई है। इसलिए मैं धर्मा लाइफ को धन्यवाद करती हूँ कि मैं यहाँ पे आई, आप सबसे मिली, आप सबके बीच आज मैं पहली बार बोल रही हूँ। नहीं तो मैं बोलने में बहुत हिचकिचाती थी। तो धर्मा लाइफ को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करती हूँ।
आगे मैं सासू माँ देखती तो फिर वो सबके साथ तुमको भेजती।
मेरी बेटी भी है।
हाँ।
अरे बेटा भी है मेरा।
हाँ। तो आप उनके साथ जाते हो कि वो आपके साथ आते हैं?
नहीं, बेटी दिल्ली, बेटा को यहीं पढ़ाती हूँ।
हाँ।
बेटी मेरे साथ पढ़ती है।
हाँ।
तो आज तो बेटा भी अच्छे स्कूल में पढ़ता है और बेटी भी हमारी अच्छे स्कूल में पढ़ती है। तो आज ये धर्मा की वजह से मैं खुद कमाने लग गई हूँ दीदी, नहीं तो घर में ही रहना पड़ता था।
बहू से नीलम भी बन रही हूँ ना थोड़ा थोड़ा, है ना? मैं घर की
बहू
से हूँ, घर में नीलम हूँ मैं, है ना? कितने समय से हो आप नीलम धर्मा लाइफ से? 1 सेकंड से।
अभी दीदी मैं ज्यादा दिन नहीं हुए हैं, मैं जल्दी ही जुड़ी हूँ। सन 2023 से ही जुड़ी हुई हूँ।
तो लगभग 1 साल हुआ आपको।
जी
तो अभी तो आप और प्रोडक्ट समझिए और क्या क्या करता है धर्मा लाइफ,
बिल्कुल
है ना, तो ताकि अगले साल हम मिले तो हम एक और कॉन्फिडेंट नीलम से मिले। हाँ
जी
ठीक।
अब तो मैं बाहर निकलना नहीं चाहूंगी, बहुत सारी दीदियां मिलेंगी जिन्हें मैं बताऊंगी कि आप इससे जुड़िए, आप सिलाई ऑनलाइन सीखिए या कोई जो करना चाहती है, सेलिंग करना चाहती है, जो भी आप
बिल्कुल।
करना चाहे तो धर्मा लाइफ से आप जुड़िए, आप करना सीखिए। अब वहाँ हमें ट्रेनिंग भी देती है, हमें बताती भी है कि हमें कैसे करना है।
ये तो अंजना दीदी का काम है, वो आपका पूरा ट्रैवल प्लान बनाएंगी। जी थैंक यू सो मच नीलम दीदी।
सबको मेरा नमस्कार। मैं रोशनी पांडे, जिला पौड़ी गढ़वाल, उत्तराखंड, ब्लॉक एकेश्वर से आई हूँ यहाँ। और मैं सबसे पहले मैं कानपुर में रहती थी, उस समय की मैं बीए पढ़ी हूँ। और धीरे धीरे मतलब इधर अपने गांव में पौड़ी आए, हस्बैंड पौड़ी आ गए तो उनके साथ मुझे वहीं आना पड़ा, रहना पड़ा। काफी मतलब खेती उती का काम मैं जानती नहीं थी और शुरू शुरू में तो मुझे बहुत परेशानी हुई गढ़वाल आने में। धीरे धीरे तब मैंने फिर लोगों को देखकर, मैंने कहा बच्चे घूमते थे, कोई उनको पढ़ाने वाला नहीं था, मैंने फ्री सेवा करी। 3 कमरे थे, एक कमरे में बच्चों को बैठाया, उनके माँ बाप को समझाया कि बच्चों को मेरे पास भेजो, मैं पढ़ी लिखूं, मैं आपके बच्चों को पूरी कोशिश मेरे सहयोग दूंगी। मेरे पास बच्चे पढ़ने आते थे। धीरे धीरे फिर जब बच्चे इस घर में पढ़े, फिर मैंने धीरे धीरे अपने गांव के ब्लॉक प्रधान, अपने गांव के प्रधान को बोला कि मैं ये चाहती हूँ कि मैं स्कूल में भी पढ़ाऊं, फ्री सेवा करूंगी सब बच्चों की। तब उन्होंने निःशुल्क 10 साल तक मैंने निःशुल्क गांव के बच्चों को पढ़ाया। और धीरे धीरे फिर मैं अपने एसएचजी ग्रुप में भी जुड़ी, एनआरएलएम वाले ग्रुप में, वहां भी मैंने अपना औरतों को ग्रुप से जोड़ा कि कैसे हम लोगों ने बैठ के इकट्ठा साथ रह के काम करेंगे, ये करेंगे अपने गांव में। तो 10 ग्रुप मैंने वहां बनाई एसएचजी वाले। उसके बाद मैं ये विपिन सर जी और ये अर्जुन की सर जी हमारे गांव में आए, उन्होंने धर्मा लाइफ के बारे में बताया। फिर 3 साल हो गए मुझे धर्मा लाइफ में जुड़े हुए। मुझे उसमें जुड़ के मैंने पहले मैं एसएचजी में अब जगह जगह जा नहीं पाते थे, मेरे दिमाग में आया कि एक मैं मशीन ले लूं। इन्होंने पीएम एफएमई की स्कीम बताई, उसके तहत मैंने 75,000 का लोन लिया। उसमें ये पहले मैं बढ़िया बनाती, दाल, मूंग की दाल, उड़द की दाल, गैर पहाड़ों की दालों को मैं बढ़िया बनाती हूँ, उसमें सब्जी मिला के। इसके बाद फिर मैंने कहा कि वैसे बढ़िया धूप में सुखाती थी तो उसमें जरा रंग हल्का पड़ जाता था और सूखने में भी काफी टाइम लगता था। धीरे धीरे मैंने कहा दोनों, एक मशीन 30-30 हजार की 2 मशीनें ली मैंने। फिर ड्रायर्स की बात करी मैंने, मैं विपिन सर्दी से मैंने ड्रायर की मशीन की बात करी, इन्होंने हमें ड्रायर की मशीन दिलवाई। और ड्रायर की मशीन से डिमांड काफी आने लगी। पहले भी डिमांड आती थी घर बैठे, मेरी कम से कम मैं 1-2 कुंटल बढ़िया बेच चुकी थी। और अभी भी 30 किलो की डिमांड आ रही है घर में बैठे। 30 किलो दिल्ली से आ रही है, देहरादून, हरिद्वार, कोटद्वार, सब जगह से बढ़ियों के काम है। तब ड्रायर की उससे मुझे डबल प्रॉफिट हुआ। उसमें लोगों ने ज्यादा डिमांड कर दी है कि जितने भी हो गए हमें बना के दो, तो बनानी कम पड़ गई। अपने पीछे मैंने 2 औरतों को भी रोजगार दे रखा है। आने वाले समय में एक कल मेरी दीदी कह रही थी कि रोशनी मुझे भी अपने साथ धर्मा लाइफ में जोड़ दो। मैं कहा मुझे यहाँ से पहले आने दो तो मैं भी स्कीम बताऊंगी तब तुम जुड़ जाना। तो वो भी मेरे साथ मिलकर काम करना चाहती हैं। तो यहाँ से जाके मैं धर्मा लाइफ से बहुत बहुत आप धर्मा लाइफ से जुड़ के मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा। यहाँ मैं पहली बार आई हूँ और जगह पे जाती रहती हूँ, पंचनगर ट्रेनिंग में सब जगह जा रही हूँ। पर इस स्कीम से जुड़ के मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा। इसमें कई चीजें, नई चीजें मुझे सीखने को मिली। जैसे ड्रायर की मशीन से मुझे मेरी बढ़िया खूब अच्छी 2 दिन में सूख जाती है। और उसमें बाहर से मेरी डिमांड भी आ रही, बल्कि इसमें जैसे ऑनलाइन की भी डिमांड आ गई है। ऑनलाइन में काफी लोग मुझे डिमांड दे रही हैं और मैं उनकी डिमांड पूरी करनी मुश्किल हो गई। तो अब मैं 6 औरतों को और अपने साथ जोड़ूंगी, यहाँ से जाके उनको भी काम दूंगी। ज्यादा तो नहीं, थोड़ी उनका घर चलाने के लिए हो जाएगा, उनका भी थोड़ा खर्चा पानी निकल जाएगा।
नहीं आपको और ऑर्डर आएंगे और ज्यादा होगा।
ऑर्डर तो बहुत आ रहे हैं, इसीलिए मैं यहाँ से अभी 2 जोड़ी, अभी मैं 4-6 और जोड़ूंगी यहाँ से।
बिल्कुल।
और एक दीदी वो कह रही है हमें भी धर्मा लाइफ से जोड़ो। धीरे धीरे मैं इस लाइन में भी उनको जोड़ूंगी। बाहर आके देखो कि मतलब कैसे कैसे कहाँ कहाँ से हमारी दीदियाँ आ रखी है, उनसे मिलो।
नहीं दीदी, आप तो बहुत अच्छा एग्जाम्पल हो, क्योंकि आपके अंदर ही इतना ज्यादा मोटिवेशन था। जो आप बोल रहे थे कि पहले मोटिवेशन आता है कि अपॉर्चुनिटी आती है, तो आप इतनी मोटिवेटेड पहले थे, आप बच्चों को पढ़ा रहे थे, स्कूल में थे, और धर्मा लाइफ जैसी संस्था ने आपको
सर्टिफिकेट हमारे बहुत 10-15 सर्टिफिकेट पड़े हुए।
बिल्कुल होंगे।
ये पहले मशरूम का काम भी किया मैंने, उसमें भी काफी लोगों को जोड़ा, उसमें अवार्ड भी मिल रखा मुझे, डीएम से मुझे अवार्ड भी मिल रखा। काम मैंने बहुत करती रहती हूँ, लोग मेरे साथ जुड़ के सुन रहते हैं। अभी भी मैं यहाँ से जाऊँ ना, तो वहाँ काफी लोग इंतजार करें मेरा, तो वहाँ से आओ तो हमें भी अपना वो देखा।
बिल्कुल, बहुत ही सुंदर स्टोरी आपने अपनी बताई, और आई थिंक
परेशान
धर्मा लाइफ जैसी संस्था आपने अंदर के हुनर को समझ के, उन्होंने आपके अंदर के हुनर को समझ के किया, और अब आपका काम है ये 2-4 नहीं 100-200 का नंबर अगले साल आप हमें सुना।
हाँ नहीं, बिल्कुल लेके आऊंगा। आऊंगी। कल मेरे लिए फोन आया कि मुझे भी अपने साथ जोड़ देना, रोशनी एक मेरी दीदी है ना, वो कहते हमें भी अपने साथ जोड़ो।
नहीं, मैं आपको ये कह रही हूँ कि अगर आपने इतना काम ऑलरेडी किया है, तभी जैसे कि सब लोग गौरव सर को काम दे रहे हैं, गौरव सर का काम आपके लिए।
नीलम फोन लाओ।
नहीं अगले साल का काम।
सर जी का और अर्जुन नेगी सर जी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, जो उन्होंने मुझे इस लाइन में जोड़ा। तब उन्हीं की वजह से यहाँ आने का मुझे मौका मिला।
बिल्कुल, थैंक यू।
अभी आप लोगों को मैं काम बढ़ा के दिखाऊंगी, अगले साल में और लोगों को भी लेके आऊंगा, अपना बड़ियों का भी वो लेके आऊंगा।
अगले साल आपका प्रेजेंटेशन होना चाहिए और बिजनेस रिफ्लेक्शन, तब हम उससे तब सर बताएंगे और क्या क्या करेंगे। ऑल द वेरी वेल दीदी, बहुत ही अच्छा लगा,
धन्यवाद।
आई थिंक आप सबसे पुराने मेंबर हो रोहिणी दीदी, और बहुत सारा काम किया है ना, तो प्लीज बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर रोहिणी फॉर हर जर्नी। और प्लीज ब्रीफ में सारा बताना कि आपने किस तरीके से शुरुआत।
नमस्ते, मेरा नाम रोहिणी पाटिल है, मैं महाराष्ट्र सातारा से हूँ, और मैं 2016 से धर्मालय से हूँ। मेरी स्टोरी है कि मुझे ना हिंदी भी बोलना नहीं आता था। मैं जब भी किसी इवेंट पे जाती थी तो बीच में ही मराठी बोलना चालू कर देती थी। तो मेरी शुरुआत ही ऐसी हो गई थी कि मुझे हिंदी नहीं आता था, ज्यादा कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं था। मैं जो भी कुछ बात करती थी ना, वो मन में मन ही करती थी। इसे बाहर किसी दूसरे महिलाओं के साथ या गांव में मेरे मन में बहुत सारा आइडियाज आता था, लेकिन मैं बोल नहीं पाती थी किसी से। फिर धर्मालय से मैं जुड़ गई, और मैंने पहले इंटरनेट साथी से धर्मालय ज्वाइन किया। तो फिर पहला ही टास्क ये था कि मुझे मतलब गांव की महिलाओं को इंटरनेट सिखाना है। तो फिर उनको सिखाते सिखाते मैं खुद सीख गई, और सिखाने का टास्क ऐसा रहता है कि हमारा कॉन्फिडेंस बढ़ जाता है। तो फिर धर्मालय से जुड़ने से पहले मैंने 2014 में मेरा एक मधुमक्खियों का शहद का बिजनेस किया था। जैसे कि मैं मधुमक्खियां पालती हूँ और उनसे शहद निकाल के बाजार में बेचती हूँ। तो फिर वो थोड़ा धीरे धीरे चल रहा था, कोई हानि खरीद नहीं पा रहा था। फिर मधुमक्खियों के बारे में ज्यादा जानकारी नहीं थी मुझे। तो फिर वो इंटरनेट सीखते सीखते मैं खुद के बिजनेस में भी थोड़ा बहुत बदलाव लाने। फिर गांव के लोगों से बातचीत करने के बाद गांव के लोग भी मुझे पहचानने लगे, और धर्मालय के जो भी एक्टिविटीज आते रहे वो मैं गांव में करती गई, क्योंकि वो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता था। जैसे कि लाइट एक्शन कैमरा है, फिर LUYN है जो बच्चों को सिखाने का है, फिर इंडक्शन, सोलर लाइट, वो सब के वजह से मैं गांव तक पहुंची। गांव के लोग भी मुझे बहुत सम्मान देने लगे। और मैं अभी आपको ये बताना चाहती हूँ कि मेरा तो ये जर्नी है, लेकिन मेरे बिजनेस में मुझे सेलिंग का प्रॉब्लम था, पैकेजिंग का प्रॉब्लम था, बहुत सारी दिक्कतें आ रही थी। एक एक सुलझाव करके मैं यहाँ तक आई, और आज मेरा खुद का ऑफिस है, खुद का घर है, खुद की ईवी गाड़ी है। तो मैंने डिसीजन लिया क्योंकि मेरा काम फॉरेस्ट में रहता है, एनिमल्स को कोई तकलीफ ना हो, इसीलिए मैंने ईवी का सोचा। और मुझे गाड़ी ड्राइव भी करना नहीं आती थी, लेकिन मैंने 15 दिन का ड्राइविंग का स्कूल लगाया।
एक बार में सीख लिया?
हाँ, एक बार में सीख लिया। वो चलाने वाले थे ना, उनके गाड़ी में 2 एक्सीलेटर ब्रेक रहते हैं, वो बीच में बाजू बैठे। 5 दिन के बाद मैंने मेरा गाड़ी लाया और फिर वो ट्रक आया सामने से, वो ऐसे से चुपचाप बैठो, मेरे पास सब कुछ है, आप चिंता मत करो। तो जो भी कोई आता है तो उनको मेरा एग्जाम देते हैं और मैं उसी रास्ते पे घूमती हूँ ना, तो वो ऐसे गाड़ी से बोलते हो देखो उसको मैंने सिखाया। और मेरी बहुत सारी फ्रेंड्स भी है, उन्होंने भी गाड़ी चलाना सीख लिया। 1-2 डरती थी तो वो बोली कि मैंने गाड़ी चलाया ना, तब ऐसे बोला रोहिणी माता की जय, और मैंने चालू कर दिया। ऐसे छोटे मोटे किस्से तो है मेरे, लेकिन मैं ना मुझ में बहुत सारा बदलाव लाया। मतलब मैं एक जगह से प्रोसेसिंग करके हानि लाती थी, एक जगह मेरा जो सेटअप है हानि का, बी बॉक्स वगैरह वो एक जगह पे रखती थी, ऑफिस एक जन का यूज करती थी। अब वैसा नहीं है, सब सेटअप मेरे खुद के ही आए। ये तो हो गई मेरे बिजनेस की तरक्की। मैंने और एक अचीवमेंट कर ली कि मेरे गांव के लोग अब मुझे पावरफुल बिजनेस वुमन कह के पहचाने।
आपको कैसा लगता है जब आपको ऐसे बुलाते हैं?
बहुत अच्छा लगता है। मेरे पास बहुत सारी दीदियाँ काउंसलिंग के लिए आती है कि हमें क्या बिजनेस करना है। तो बहुत सारे लोग सजेशन भी लेने आते हैं, फार्मर लोग भी आते हैं ऑफिस में, तो मुझे बहुत प्राउड फील होता है।
आप सबको बताते हो कि धर्मा लाइफ?
हाँ, वही तो मैं बोल रही हूँ। मैं ये सीखा कैसे, धर्मा लाइफ की वजह से। खुद की तरक्की करते करते गांव के महिलाओं की भी तरक्की करनी चाहिए। हमारे गांव के लोगों को क्या चाहिए वो हमें पहले मालूम करना चाहिए। वैसे ही मैंने मेरे बाकी महिलाओं को बिजनेस में जैसे कि हमने अभी जया प्रोजेक्ट बनाया, तो मेरे गांव में 3 लेडीज टेलर है, उनके खुद के शॉप। ये तो हो ही गया, लेकिन अभी मुझे ना 1 घंटे पहले एक कॉल आया था कि मैडम मैं आपको धन्यवाद कहना चाहती हूँ। तो मैंने बोला ऐसा कैसा कॉल आ गया कि मुझे थैंक्स के लिए। तो उन्होंने बोला कि आपने 2 महीने पहले जो मधुमक्खियों का ट्रेनिंग दिया था, तब मैंने आपको देखा और मुझे आपको देख के ऐसा लगा कि हमें भी कुछ करना है। तो फिर आज मैं एक कार्यालय में जॉब कर रही हूँ। तो उस दीदी को मैंने बोला कि कार्यालय जाने के बाद एक आप सेल्फी लो और मुझे भी भेजो, मुझे भी देखना है आपको जॉब करते समय कैसा लगता है। तो ऐसे छोटे छोटे किस्से तो मेरे आजू बाजू में घर
ये बिल्कुल छोटे मोटे नहीं है, आप हमें बता रहे हो इतना ह्यूमिलिटी के साथ, लेकिन कहीं किसी भी जगह पे मानसिक बदलाव लाना वो सबसे अंत में आता है।
हाँ।
है ना? हम सोलर लाइट यूज कर सकते हैं, पर सोलर का महत्व समझना ये बहुत बड़ी चीज है रोहिणी जी। और अगर आप ऑन ग्राउंड आप जी रही हैं और उस चीज को ड्राइव कर रही हैं अपने दोस्तों में, कि अपना काम खुद करो, आगे बढ़ो। पैसा कमाना एक बात है ना, लेकिन अपने अंदर से वो ढूंढ के लाना, हिम्मत
साथ लेके चलना भी एक बात है।
बहुत
और मैंने सब मेरे जैसी और 14 डीएली है दीदी, हम सब 15 लोगों ने मिलके एक मधुगंधा धर्मा लाइफ सोसाइटी बनाई। हमने ये सोसाइटी क्यों बनाई है? क्योंकि हम सब एक दूसरे को मिले, महीने में एक बार हम जो प्रोडक्ट बेचते हैं उसके ऊपर चर्चा करें, उनके गांव में क्या चल रहा है, हमारे गांव में क्या चल रहा है। उस बातचीत की वजह से अगर उनका कुछ नया आइडिया है तो मुझे दे दे। इसीलिए हमने मधुगंधा सोसाइटी भी अभी रजिस्टर किया है। और मुझे आपको बताने में खुशी हो रही है कि मैंने एक ग्रीन डायमंड फार्मा प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी भी अभी चालू की है। उससे मैंने 750 शेयर होल्डर बनाए और वो मिला
ये भी हनी के अराउंड है आपकी
नहीं, ये तो मैं ये कैसे सीखी मैं आपको ठीक है। एक संग्राम बुक किया था हमने कोविड में, तो फिर फार्मर्स लोगों से मैंने जुड़ा और उनकी कुछ दिक्कतें थी फार्मर्स लोगों की, कि उनका माल बेचने का प्रॉब्लम था। तो फिर मैं ग्रुप में इधर उधर करके वहां चला दिया, लेकिन वो कुछ तो मेरे मन में था कि हमारे यहाँ खेती का ज्यादा है तो फार्मर्स के लिए कुछ तो करना चाहिए। इसीलिए मैंने एक फार्मर प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी की। और उसमें क्या है उसका एजेंडा कि हमारे यहाँ जो सोयाबीन वगैरह बिकता है, तो जो लोग है खरीद के लेते हैं वो कम दाम देते हैं फार्मर्स को। तो मैं 11 कंपनियों के साथ टाइप करूंगी और वो सोयाबीन है वो उस कंपनी को दे दूंगी। तो 1000 रुपए का तो डिफरेंस आता है। तो जिस गांव से ले लूंगी मैं उस महिलाओं को, अगर वो दुकान वाले 4500 रुपए देते हैं तो कंपनी वाले हमको 5500 देंगे, 1000 रुपए मिलेगा, ठीक है। तो फिर हम जिस गांव की महिलाओं को वो खरीदेंगे उसको 5000 रुपए दे देंगे, ठीक है, और ऊपर के 500 रुपए है वो हम कंपनी में ले लेंगे। और मेरे जो 750 महिलाएं हैं साल में उनको मैं वो डिविडेंड के रूप में दे दूंगी। ये मेरा पहला आयोजन।
ये आपको समझाया किसने? ये आपने, ये धर्मा लाइफ ने आपको बोला कि आप बनाओ, कि आपने धर्मा लाइफ को बोला मुझे बनाना है?
नहीं, मुझे बनाना था, लेकिन वो कुछ कुछ आइडिया देते हैं ना कि हम गांव में कैसे तरह से चल सकते हैं, गांव में क्या उन्होंने हमें रास्ता दिखाया है, चलना तो हमें ही पड़ेगा ना, थोड़ा बहुत हमें भी सोचना चाहिए। फिर फार्मर्स के यहाँ सीजनेबल कुछ सब्जियां रहती हैं, तो मार्केट के जो वैल्यू है वो कम बढ़ जाते हैं। कभी कभी टमाटर 10 रुपए किलो हो जाता है, कभी कभी 80 रुपए किलो हो जाता है। जब फार्मर्स का आता है तभी कभी कभी 10 रुपए किलो। बिल्कुल। तो फार्मर्स का खर्चा और वो मैच नहीं होता है। हाँ, तो फिर मैं जो सॉस जाम पिकल जो बनाते हैं ना उस कंपनी से टाइप करूंगी और फार्मर को 40 रुपए पर केजी दे दूंगी। अगर 80 में चल रहा है फिर भी 40 ही मिलेगा, 10 में चल रहा है फिर भी 40 मिलेगा, क्योंकि इससे कंपनी का भी लॉस नहीं होगा और फार्मर्स का भी नहीं होगा। अगर वो कंपनी वाले ये ही नहीं रहे तो हमारे सोलर ड्रायर है, मैं तो वो लगवा दूंगी और उसका पाउडर करके बेचूंगी। मैंने तो
जितने लोग MBA करके बैठे हैं, MSc पे लेसन ले लो, प्रोसेसिंग पे लेसन ले लो, कलेक्टिव बार्गेनिंग पे लेसन ले लो। आई थिंक ये सब कुछ रोहिणी दीदी ने उल्टा किया है। उन्होंने पैसा कमा के सीखा है, हम लोगों ने पैसा दे के सीखा है। So I think रोहिणी दीदी को मतलब very anti आपकी इतनी इंस्पायरिंग स्टोरी है कि आई एम श्योर मैं जब इतना ऐसा ओवरवेल्म फील कर रही हूँ, पूरा हॉल यही फील कर रहा है कि ये सब बच्चे लाखों देके सीखते हैं, फिर रटते भी हैं MSP, और आप यहाँ पे इतनी सरलता से आपने समझा दिया हमें।
क्योंकि मुझे ग्राउंड लेवल पे काम करने का अवसर धर्मा लाइफ से मिला, तो फिर मैं उनसे मिलती नहीं तो मैं गाँव जाती नहीं और मैं इतना डीप में सोचती भी नहीं। और आप सब लोगों को देखती हूँ ना, आपका जो काम करने का तरीका है, एक दूसरे से बातचीत करने का तरीका है, वो मुझे बहुत भाव जाता है। और मैं आप सब लोगों से कुछ ना कुछ सीख के गाँव जाती हूँ। और मुझे अंत में यही कहना है कि मैं तो एक रोहिणी है, मेरे बहुत सारे दीदियों को मुझे मेरे जैसे बनाना है और मैं मेरे सब दीदियों के सपने लेके दिल्ली आई हूँ। तो मैं उम्मीद रखती हूँ कि आप सब लोग भी हमें अलग अलग ट्रेनिंग दे, अलग अलग आइडियाज दे और आपको जो चाहिए ना डेवलप इंडिया वो हम करके दें।
तुम 20 लोगों को जा रहे हो। थैंक यू रोहिणी दीदी।
Sina Hongzila Nema, Manipur Nene.
My name is Hongzila Nema, I'm from Manipur.
Ibisik Tegan, Mazana, Mukosi Mazigna, Pipona South, Haman.
I have not studied and I cannot speak Hindi, so I'll be speaking in mother tongue. Please apology for that.
EXPG member, a boy CCG net, it was a rope, Mizuna member Hankra Malamine.
I am one of the HSG member, and my HSG name is to self-help group, and we have 12 members in it.
Self-help group is so big, and I even say that I'm going
let me share some benefits of joining HSG. Before I joined HSG, I engaged in shifting Zoom cultivation, but I have somehow changed now. I started joining HSG in 2011. We collect 30 rupees per member as a saving for the group purpose. From that collected money, I take 5,000 as internal loan.
suppose some you lose a fight, that lose a fight again, that I lose a pack again, some hands.
So with that 5,000, I buy cotton to weave clothes, traditional clothes, and I sold 5 clothes out of that.
Suppose there's a blog
Selling that one makes a profit of 10,000 rupees.
Suppose all of the was a matter of the 5 was a price was an eat as well.
So with that money, I go to market and buy ready-made garments.
Suppose television was again television, repos and reap, Bamia, I carry a sound, lower one as a high some jerking your hunting or that day.
I make some profit out of that, and that profit I again use for buying chicken from the market and sell at the village again.
Suppose and raise all over a guns and I go Imama Halika that exna Cairo values that and also there.
So from all the small business that profit I get, I sponsor 2 of my kids.
So now another class prep now can be like that.
Now my kids, younger one is in class 12 and the elder one is finishing graduation this year.
Suppose there's a group to whether
all this was possible because of joining HH.
So now if people there, you can pay one barang kan tonight. I got not the Huracan Cairo. What is that? Very do a cat pick up the
So I with all the profits I make out of joining HG and with my husband, we have bought one Bolero pickup as well.
It's detailed like that. Even taken as one, even see looks taken as one rock gloria, grooming a link that's along there.
So seeing all this, the other women are also inspired, and now 5 HG has been formed in the village also.
Suppose I know Zemana, grouping a was not hungry sea lamile.
So 5 HG has more than 50 members now.
Suppose I know grouping as a pie duck, magnetic punky.
So most of the women in the HGs are engaging in weaving.
Ani bamya disu mak pazigna literally the one so mak pazigna pie dara hangya. So na ani solar lamp makizana solar nanjala mile.
So in our place there is no proper power supply. So to do weaving at night we need solar power.
Suppose is a seher group kisu bagna ning sing no to lose and to kiluzen.
So see, I am sharing all the benefits of joining HHG.
So now I Dharma life I'm saying so my I saw EBB how there's a very long again on my delay.
We hope that with the collaboration with Dharma Life, we will do it much better in future.
He got saying that yeah, I guess I
Thank you. Excuse me. Can you please translate it for her that we all are saying thank you for sharing her journey with us?
Okay, Sunday,
So I think now we are running short on time, but still, Gaurav, I'm so sorry. I'm going to take 2 more minutes. Last 2 minutes. तो हमें टाइम से हम काफी ऊपर हैं, बट हमने अपनी कहानी आराम से बोली है ना, सबने आराम से बोला ना, तो ये हमेशा करना, सबका टाइम वेस्ट, सबका टाइम ऊपर भी हो रहा हो लेकिन अपनी बात हमेशा कर लेना, ठीक है ना. सो नाउ वील ओपन द फ्लोर. अगर आप में से कोई भी इनसे कुछ पूछना चाहे और अगर आप इनसे कुछ पूछना चाहो, जनरली सवाल ऐसे होते हैं ना, तो हम दोनों साइड का रखेंगे. आप में से कुछ भी कोई यहाँ पे जो धर्मा लाइफ की टीम है और प्रोफेसर राजेश हैं और काफी प्रैक्टिशनर्स हैं यहाँ पे, अगर आप लोग कुछ भी पूछना चाहते हैं तो प्लीज माइक लीजिए और पूछिए. एंड इफ एनीबडी इन द ऑडियंस wants to ask anything to any of our members, please go ahead. I think सब लोग बहुत amazed हैं. पूरी जर्नी से थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा सबको. Thank you so much. I think Gaurav, last few words from you on this. This is totally your and your team's achievement. Whatever we do.
धन्यवाद करता हूँ, आप सब आए, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। और देखिए, जो धर्मा लाइफ आपके लिए ही बना है, तो मैं तो इसी पे, जब आप होते हैं तभी काम होता है, आपके लिए ही काम होता है, तो आगे भी वही होगा। बहुत
बहुत सारे लोग, आप लोग जो है सोलर और बीवी की बात कर रहे थे। अगर किसी को सोलर ट्रेनिंग करना है, सोलर इंस्टॉलेशन की ट्रेनिंग करनी है, तो जरा नीमा जी से बात कर लीजिएगा, और हम आपको आपकी नियरेस्ट ट्रेनिंग सेंटर, जो मैडम की जो ट्रेनिंग सेंटर है जहाँ पर ट्रेनिंग चलती है, आपको वो करा देंगे, तो आप सोलर में और बेहतर काम कर पाए। सोलर में क्लीन कुकिंग का भी सोल्यूशन है, तो उसमें भी आपको ट्रेनिंग करा देंगे, इंस्टॉलेशन कैसे करना है, कैसे काम करना है, उसके ऊपर वो भी करा देंगे।
अरे सर, हम महिलाओं को सोलर लाइट का वो करना चाहिए, तो उनकी जैसे ग्राम पंचायत होती है, ग्राम में होती है पंचायत, अगर हम 10-20 औरतें इकट्ठा करें, तो क्या आप ग्राम में भी जाके ट्रेनिंग दिला दे सकते हैं?
आपका जहाँ पे भी है उसके आसपास में हमारे ट्रेनिंग सेंटर जरूर होंगे। हमारे 400 ट्रेनिंग सेंटर चल रहे हैं भारत में, तो बिल्कुल हो सकता है। अगर ऐसी जरूरत है तो हम भी उसके बारे में भी सोच सकते हैं।
थैंक यू सर। जब मैं बाहर निकलूंगी तो हमसे बहुत सारी दीदियां मिलेंगी, जो कि मैं चाहूंगी कि हमारी दीदियां, जैसे मैं आज सीख रही हूँ, यहाँ पहुंची हूँ, तो मैं बहुत सारी दीदियों को भी बताऊंगी कि आज मैं वहां पहुंची हूँ, आप भी जुड़िए, आप लोग भी सीखिए, या आप किसी चीज का ट्रेनिंग करना चाहती हैं तो आप कर सकती हैं। हमें
गाँव में अगर अच्छे लोग हैं, 8वीं पास है, 10वीं पास है, और इलेक्ट्रिशियन ट्रेनिंग करना चाहते हैं, कुछ काम ढूंढना चाहते हैं, तो वो भी हो सकता है। तो हम साथ में काम करेंगे धर्मा लाइफ के साथ उसमें, बिल्कुल। और ये जो ट्रेनिंग सेंटर जो गाँव में लगे हुए हैं, हमारा मतलब बहुत सारे लगे हुए हैं, कुछ 600 ट्रेनिंग इलेक्ट्रिशियन ट्रेनिंग करने के लगे हुए हैं, उसमें बिल्कुल आप लोगों के जो भी हेल्प चाहिए वो हम करा देंगे।
ये है ना सर, कहते अब गांव में बहू बेटियों को ज्यादा दूर जाने नहीं देते। अगर हम बात करें तो बहुत तक कहेंगे कि ब्लॉक के ग्राम पंचायत में वहां के लिए ट्रेनिंग के लिए वो जाने देंगे। तो इसलिए मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती हूँ, अगर मैं कभी आप सबसे संपर्क करूं कि सर हमारी दीदियां तैयार हैं, वो करना चाहती हैं, तो क्या आप हमारे ग्राम पंपारपुर में, मेरे गांव का नाम है पंपारपुर, वहां पे ट्रेनिंग करना चाहती हैं, तो क्या आप फ्री सेवा में आप उन्हें ट्रेनिंग दे सकते हैं?
बिल्कुल कोशिश करेंगे साथ मिलके, धर्मा लाइफ के साथ मिलके कैसे वो ट्रेनिंग उधर
जैसे कि एक अगर लाइट बेचने से बहुत मुनाफा नहीं होता ना जी, जैसे एक ट्रेनिंग 5 लोगों के लिए नहीं होता नहीं, तो इसलिए आप लोगों की डिमांड आ रही है, ये बहुत अच्छी बात है। वो आप अपने आपके जो भी ऑफिसर आपके साथ काम करते हैं, विपिन सर, अंजना मैडम, उनको लिखवा दो, और ये सारा डेटा इकट्ठा करके हम लोग सर से बात करके आप लोगों की ट्रेनिंग करा देंगे।
हमारे जो हमें ट्रेनिंग दी थी अर्चिता त्रिपाठी दीदी है, हाँ। उन्होंने हमें सिलाई सिखाई थी, जो कि मैं उनके नाम भूल गई थी।
अरे बिल्कुल, थैंक यू अर्चिता जी,
थैंक यू सो मच।
बहुत धन्यवाद। Thank you, Ravasa, for amazing putting this together. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, yeah. So we have one last session before lunch, very important, brief but very important session. So you all have seen the exhibition behind the store. So this is a project we're working on with the IKEA Foundation, the Noon Foundation, and the Energies Foundation. It's basically around, it's part of the JAIA program for workforce participation, but it's focused on job creation in the textile or fashion space. In this, I think one of the key things this exhibition is basically bringing together world-class design kind of talent. I think, or I'm privileged to have Kim Kofier, a very well-known designer, and Dr. Felix Beck, also designer from Münster and Paris, respectively. It's great that they're here, and they've put this together, and I wanted to give them the floor to talk a bit about how design and craftsmanship what digital and craftsmanship can drive. So over to both of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dharma. Thank you very much. So maybe you could also quickly just translate to Hindi that I was so impressed listening to the stories and seeing the success and coming from Germany as a visitor. I will take all those stories to inspire back home our girls as well.
Thank you. So ये कह रहे हैं आपको कह रहे हैं कि बहुत इंस्पिरेशन मिली आपकी बातें सुन के और ये लेके जाएंगे जब ये वहाँ भी महिलाओं को बताएं.
So what we are going to look at now is from the design perspective, because Kim and I, we are designers by heart. And during this process, during the last year, we also learned so many things from all the team members that we were very lucky to work with. So what you see here are a part of the pattern of the wooden carved pattern that I used in several of the production processes. So what you're seeing here are the crafts, the craftsmen that are producing those wooden stamps that are used in chicken curry, for example. And you can see those stamps in action in this little video here. And the beauty of this is not only the speed, but it's also the creativity that each artisan brings in it. The person that carves into the wood, but then also here the amazing pattern being created.
So basically, I mean, as a designer, my duty is really to speak about the power of craftsmanship and technology, because we strongly believe that with that combined, we can build innovative and genuine designs. So with all the team, we explored 4 crafts, and in each of one, we explore like infinite possibilities. So we have the handloom weaving with Varanasi, we have the chicken curry hand embroidery, we have the Madhubani hand printing that you can see over there as well. And we took the example, quite incredible, of the block print. So as we know, block printing is the process of printing patterns by means of engraved wooden blocks in its earliest, simplest, and slowest method of textile printing. So first you cut a wood block, then each block carries a pattern. And then each pattern can be printed X amount of times following X designs. So this is a very simple equation that can create an algorithm that gives exponential creative possibilities. So let's say A is a flower, and then B is a bird, and then C, it's grass. So then we can imagine with that algorithm that we can create a new alphabet, and with technology, this alphabet can create constant innovative patterns. And as a designer, I cannot tell you how exciting this is. So we are not only excited about preserving this craftsmanship, but we also want to bring young generations to be proud and empower them with this new creativity.
So one of the first steps we did is actually visiting the places and looking at those huge archives. And you have to imagine the archives are very analog. They are stored somewhere in a shelf, in a workshop or in a garage. Let's imagine this lights up on fire. Centuries of production will be lost, right? And therefore the preservation is also part of our work. So part of this was, it's called 3D scanning. So there are modern tools using the mobile phone, and we 3D scanned hundreds of those wooden scans to create a database of it. And later on, after lunch break, we are happy to share to you a prototype of a small virtual exhibition room that we then can explore in this technology called augmented reality. So we can have our mobile phone and then walk through this virtual space. So this will be after lunch break. Within this beauty, there's also there are some challenges that we identified. And one challenge comes in connection to sustainability. And you can see the stamps here being washed. There are some toxins that are being washed then into the water, going into the river, going into the oceans. And this brought us to a site visit in which we learned a lot from the washers got in Bilokpura in Lucknow. And so we did a research on the water. This is just the proof of concept. So we did several water samples, but you don't need science to actually see that the water there is polluted, right? We have a big problem, and obviously we have to change we have to change that it's being polluted right at the starting point. But one immediate action that we took was the development of a water filter. And we identified at this site here the opportunity to install a metal prototype. The prototype is done, but we need some more time and also eventually some more funding to bring it to a next step. So we have developed this concept for water filter. And did some testing in the University of Applied Sciences in Münster. So I'm jumping a bit quicker through that. And this prototype was then being built and installed in the laboratory back in Germany. So we have now the data of how the filter has to look like, how much water has to flow through it within the peak hour of washing, and so on. So all this knowledge we have now, and I'm very thankful to the team members that were able to gather all of those numbers. So you saw a glimpse into the virtual exhibit. There's another one which features Madhubani. So there's not only the virtual room we can walk through, but there's also then one installation in which you could look through an iPad onto this beautiful Madhubani scarf, and then you'll learn about the details. You can touch, and on the phone you can touch the magnifying glass, and then it talks about the animals, the stories, and the plants. Over to you.
So actually it's quite simple. Like craft feed imaginations and imaginations feeds craft. And Heidegger was saying like the brain is the hand and the hand is the brain. This is very simple. But what we need also is like the combination of imagination, innovation, and of course community, because that's how we can drive an equation that is creatively exponential and sustainable. So when we realize that we own a legacy of craftsmanship like this, we realize we're also able to overcome what we can possibly design and create. And that's where we want to bring all of you and all the young people to work with us. And I'm very thankful, of course, to Dharma Life, of course, to Gaurav, but mainly also to the team that has been able to put together like Sirat, Nishan, and many other team members that have been able to put together over 3 months the collection that you can see over there. Thank you.
Maybe quickly, the team members could stand up quickly. Everyone, yes. Yeah, thanks a lot.
this together. So we invite you to have a lunch, either collection, walk through the AR room. With that, we break for lunch. Just one thing before we break, we have an amazing panel coming after lunch. I think some panel members are here, and we look forward to having you here for that session. So please stick around. It's a really amazing panel. We have very high profile and amazing speakers. So thank you, and with that, we break for lunch. Thank you, team. Thank you very much. and Suhil Khan from women. So thank you, everyone. Thank you all of you first for coming and joining and being here to support us. And Ashley, all of you.
Hello. Yeah. No, thanks so much, Gaurav, and thank you everyone for taking time to be here. We've had an absolutely fabulous morning, and I think the highlight आप सबकी बातें सुन के हमको इतना अच्छा लगा, ऐसे मैं इतना इंस्पायर हो गई हूँ आज की हमको भी और कुछ करना चाहिए. तो मतलब सबसे फर्स्ट आई वांट टू से थैंक यू कि आपने यहाँ पे आके हमारे साथ अपनी स्टोरी शेयर करी और हम सबको इंस्पायर कर रहे हैं. Thank you so much. And for the panel today, Gaurav in the morning had chatted a little bit or discussed a little bit about his vision for creating 1 million sustainable livelihood options for rural women, right? And what I would love to do is maybe chat a little bit about how this vision can become a reality on ground, because we know that there are a lot of policies, there's a lot of potential, there are a lot of existing networks, but somehow what happens is when it comes to the unit level, when we come down to the ground, these things don't connect, right? And we need organizations like Dharma Life to bring it together in reality for these women, right? So what is that unit of change, or what is that model that can really be put together to unlock all the different partnerships and network that can happen, right? To begin with, I'd like to just really kind of go around the room. I know everybody here, it's really great that we have such a diverse panel bringing in perspectives and views from so many different industries and sectors. So maybe just to begin with, I'd like to go around the room and maybe Ganesh, I'd start with you with the programs that you work and support on ground and the Lakpati Kisan program for farmers. You've been implementing these on ground with women. What are some of the opportunities you really see and, the things that we see that can be tapped into to actually make this vision a reality? Yes.
So firstly, thanks Gaurav for having us here. मैं हिंदी और इंग्लिश को मिक्स करके बोलने की कोशिश करूंगा, आप सब लोगों को भी समझ में आए. तो I think the point that came up, and we are talking mainly from the women perspective, and we as an organization, हम लोग मैं जिस संस्था में काम करता हूँ उसका फोकस रहा है कि महिलाओं के साथ कैसे काम करें और महिलाओं की आकांक्षाओं को कैसे हम पहले समझें. ये काम ऐसा नहीं होता है कि हमने जाके कुछ जबरदस्ती आपके साथ करने की कोशिश की है, बट आप लोगों की आकांक्षाओं को हम कैसे समझे और उन आकांक्षाओं को मिलने के लिए हम क्या क्या चीजों को काम कर सकते हैं. जैसे आप लोगों ने थोड़ी देर पहले बहुत अच्छे से अपने अनुभव बताए, उसी तरह से जो हम बहनों के साथ, दीदियों के साथ काम कर रहे हैं, those also, sorry, I'm trying to be a bit mixed over here. Oh, okay, that's nice. तो उन लोग हम दीदियों के साथ काम करते थे, मैंने ये समझने की कोशिश की कि वो दीदी की आकांक्षा क्या है. एक तो है दीदी की अपनी खुद की आकांक्षा क्या है, उसके अपने बच्चों के प्रति क्या आकांक्षा है, अपनी फैमिली के प्रति क्या आकांक्षा है, और फिर उसके गांव के प्रति क्या आकांक्षा है, राइट? क्योंकि बहनों और दीदियों में एक अच्छा अनुभव हमने ये देखा है कि वो खुद के बारे में कम सोचते हैं, बाकियों के बारे में ज्यादा सोचते हैं. तो उस वजह से हमने जब वो आकांक्षाओं को समझने की कोशिश की थी, एंड आवर लर्निंग हैज बीन कि जब तक आप दीदियों के साथ बैठ के अच्छा समय नहीं गुजारते, आप इन चीजों को आप समझ नहीं सकते हो और आप कोई कार्यक्रम नहीं बना सकते हो. तो सबसे पहली बात तो वही हमारे लिए रही कि हम कैसे उस कार्यक्रम को दीदियों के साथ मिलकर बनाएं. जो लखपति किसान की बात श्रेया कर रही है, ये कार्यक्रम भी उनकी तरफ से ही आया था. हम आज के दिन में 4 राज्यों में काम करते हैं, झारखंड, महाराष्ट्र, गुजरात और उड़ीसा. दीदिया, आप जैसी दीदिया है जो बहुत कम जमीन उनके पास है खेती के लिए, बट हमने ये उनके साथ काम करने की कोशिश की है कि जो उनके पास रिसोर्सेज है, जैसे आप सब लोग जानते हैं, आप लोग का अपना खेती भी होगा, तो अगर गांव में देखेंगे तो 3 मुख्य रिसोर्सेज उनके पास होते हैं. एक तो है खेती, दूसरा है बकरी या गाय, और तीसरा है अगर जंगल वाला एरिया है तो कुछ तो भी जंगल से निकाल के बेचने वाली चीजें आप लोगों के पास होती है. तो हमने ये बोला कि इन 3 चीजों को ही हम दीदियों के साथ, बहनों के साथ कैसे समझे और उसको लेते हुए ये लखपति किसान कार्यक्रम कैसे बनाए. तो ये नाम जो लखपति भी आया है वो दीदियों की तरफ से ही आया है कि बेसिकली दे फेल्ट कि इट वुड बी अ मैटर ऑफ प्राइड इफ द विलेज इकोसिस्टम calls them, so refers them to a Lakpati family or a लखपति दीदी in this case. And that's how हम लोगों ने फिर देखा कि जब लखपति बोलना शुरू किया, उनके साथ वो लाइवलीहुड पे काम करना शुरू किया, तो ये अनुभव हमारे पिछले 5-6 सालों में रहे हैं कि हम अभी 1.5 लाख दीदियों के साथ काम करते हैं अन्य राज्यों में. So broadly, the understanding and the experiences, unless and until you understand those aspirations, you engage with the communities, such programs in numbers would be really good, but you need to see how you build it from a base and come to a certain level. So that's broadly how I would get across.
नहीं, एकदम आपने ठीक बोला, because I think that until we understand the reality on ground, and I think Sohila maybe coming to the care program, क्योंकि the one reality is that the amount of time women have to devote to work is over and above the domestic responsibilities and care responsibilities they have. तो अगर हम उसको भी नहीं सोचे कि उसको how do we create solutions around that, we are never really going to be able to create holistic solutions. And I know care is, so 45% women in the country today say that they don't work because of the childcare responsibilities. And for the rural economy, we would unlock that. That's 8 to 10 crore additional women, right? तो हम कह रहे सबसे ज्यादा जो औरतों को स्ट्रगल होती है वो घर के काम में और जो बच्चों को या बड़ों अपने घर में उनका ध्यान रखने में. तो उसके लिए भी also we have solutions, and I know that UN Women is partnering with Dharma Life on solutions around that. I would love to hear some more of that.
Thank you. और सबसे पहले मैं आप सब लोगों को ये भी आपका जवाब देने से पहले मैं सबको का ध्यान इस बात पे केंद्रित करना चाहती हूँ कि हम बात किस चीज की कर रहे हैं. हम केयर इकोनॉमी की बात कर रहे हैं. केयर का क्या मतलब है, इससे हम क्या समझते हैं. हम सबकी जिंदगी में हम किसी ना किसी को हमें किसी की मदद करनी होती है. जब बच्चा पैदा होता है तो हमारे ऊपर बहुत जिम्मेदारियां होती हैं कि हम उसको अच्छे से पाल पोस के बड़ा करें. या जो बुजुर्ग होते हैं हमारे घर पे, उनके लिए हमें पूरे टाइम उनकी सेहत का ध्यान रखना होता है. उनकी बहुत सारी जरूरतें होती हैं जो हमें करनी होती है. और ये कौन करता है? ये सबसे ज्यादा जो ये जिम्मेदारी है वो सिर्फ ज्यादातर ये जिम्मेदारी महिलाओं पे आती है. तो अगर हम ये बात करते हैं कि हमें महिलाओं का सस्टेनेबल अगर हमें सस्टेनेबल लाइवलीहुड्स की तरफ काम करना है, तो जब तक हम ये बेसिक मुद्दों को ध्यान देकर उनको सॉल्व करने की कोशिश नहीं करेंगे, हम कैसे एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं कि महिलाएं जो है वो कंट्रीब्यूट करें 100% अपना इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटीज. तो इस मुद्दे पे हम यहाँ पे बात कर रहे हैं. नाउ अगर मैं नंबर्स की बात करूँ, श्रेया ने पहले से कुछ नंबर्स बोले हैं, लेकिन पूरी दुनिया में महिलाएं जो है वो 2.8% ज्यादा समय व्यतीत करती हैं इन केयर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज पे. भारत में ये परसेंटेज 10% है. यानी आप सब, यानी हम सब 10% ज्यादा टाइम अपना इन्वेस्ट करते हैं केयर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज पे. उससे क्या होता है, उससे हम अपनी जो हमारा वक्त है वो हम अपने इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटीज पे, बहुत सारे लोग चाहते होंगे कि हम इवन टीवी देखना, मुझे थोड़ा सा टाइम चाहिए अपने लिए टीवी देखने के लिए, मेरे पास वो भी टाइम नहीं है क्योंकि मुझे अपने बच्चे और अपने घर के बुजुर्गों का ख्याल रखना है. तो ये जब तक हम इस मुद्दे को बहुत ध्यान से रिकॉग्नाइज नहीं करेंगे और इसको सॉल्व करने के लिए स्ट्रैटेजीज नहीं बनाएंगे, तब तक हम सस्टेनेबल लाइवलीहुड्स की बात नहीं कर सकते. तो अब धर्मा लाइफ के साथ मिलके हम क्या कर रहे हैं, हमने एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट लॉन्च किया है. और वो प्रोजेक्ट जो है वो 3 कम्युनिटी सेंटर्स हमने पायलट के तरीके से स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं. एक रांची में, एक वडोदरा में और एक सतारा में. और इन कम्युनिटी सेंटर्स का मुख्य उद्देश्य यही है कि ऐसी चाइल्ड केयर फैसिलिटी वहाँ पे प्रोवाइड की जाए कि महिलाएं जो हैं वो थोड़ा सा अपना टाइम जो सेव कर सकती हैं, वो उस टाइम को यूटिलाइज कर सकती हैं कोई स्किल सीखने के लिए. सो ये कम्युनिटी सेंटर्स जो हैं वो उन बच्चों को क्वालिटी सर्विसेज भी प्रोवाइड करते हैं और महिलाओं को काम का स्किल्स भी देते हैं ताकि फिर वो अपनी लाइवलीहुड एक्टिविटीज में इन्वॉल्व हो सके. ये रहा हमारा पायलट मॉडल. लेकिन आई ऑल्सो वांटेड टू रिफ्लेक्ट ऑन द फैक्ट दैट there is a serious gap in the demand and supply provisioning and services of care economy at this point of time. ILO predict करता है कि 2030 तक हमारे जो we will add another 2.3 billion people in our system. 0.1 billion older people and 0.1 billion younger people. 6 to 14 would be added to our economy by 2030. That means कि ये सारा जो केयर का बर्डन है वो अगर आज की व्यवस्था देखें तो लगता है कि महिलाओं पे ही पड़ने वाला है. तो फिर हम सरकार इस बारे में क्या सोच रही है या और सब लोग इस बारे में क्या सोच रहे हैं? बहुत सारी सर्विसेज जो हैं वो अभी सरकार प्रोवाइड करती है आंगनबाड़ी सेंटर्स के माध्यम से. सरकार ने एक मैटरनिटी बेनिफिट एक्ट निकाला है जिसमें एम्प्लॉयर्स को जो है वो अपनी जो वर्कर्स हैं, जो वुमेन एम्प्लॉयज हैं, उनको मैटरनिटी बेनिफिट देना पड़ेगा और गवर्नमेंट में भी ये प्रोविजंस हैं. लेकिन उसके बावजूद अभी भी बहुत सारा ऐसा there are still gaps in the provisioning of care provisions, care services provisions. और उसको एड्रेस करने के लिए हम ये भी देख रहे हैं कि कैसे हम एंटरप्रेन्योरल सॉल्यूशंस को पायलट कर सकें. और वही एक ये जो मैंने अभी आपको सेंटर्स की बात की वही एक ऐसा एंटरप्रेन्योरल सॉल्यूशन. So I'll take a pause here and maybe come back.
Thank you, Sahila. I think that's great, and I think what you mentioned कि हमारे पास already on ground काफी solutions हैं, and you know, Armstrong, if I could ask you कि on ground in Manipur you're already implementing a lot of these and piloting them, and many times we see that the government has this Anganwadi has a Palna scheme, etc. But we actually see the implementation on ground sometimes work differently. But would love to hear some of the models you have looked at.
So I take responsibilities from the government side for whatever is not happening right, because I represent the government. I'm an IAS officer. We, in the policy implementation and in the implementation execution level, as in one of the slides of the presentation of Gaurav, if all the government programs were running so smoothly, things would have painted a very different pictures. So that lacuna, which the government servant like us could not make it happen, that's where we reach out to the NGOs, the corporates, to come and make things happen together. That's where we, in the last 15 years of me being in the government service, I'm happy to tell you that whatever, of course, I was doing all the government related works, but more than that, whatever little things that I could create extra. And that has also a huge impact, has come mostly through the support of the corporate sectors. I was just telling Mr. Ganesh that, Tata Trust is one that has made me realize a lot of my dreams. In Manipur, the place where I come from, 60-70% of my time, I had to end up searching for funds. I don't know if some of you might have read the road story way back in 2012. I was posted in a very difficult areas. Roads were never completed, never repaired. So since I could not, I do not have the luxury of traveling to all the villages all on foot because of the limitation of time and energy. So I said, okay, we'll come together to build roads. In that, people from 25 countries came to contribute to make that road happen. I'm happy to tell you that now that we have shown to the government that, you can make things happen with public contribution. In 2020, government came and gave 3,800 crores to make it a national highway. I was looking out for a way to fund training in the swing machines and others. So I was looking out, who will do the funding. Tata Trust came along. They gave about 30 lakhs to make things happen. As a kid, I never got to kick actual football. We always have to collect plastics and wrap around with a safe clothes, kick with a bare foot. when I was the sports director in my state, I say, okay, Manipur budget, you do not have money. So I said, who has money? I have few friends in Tata Trust. They say, okay, come, let's work together. They help set up the rural grassroots football school in 50 remote districts, 50 remote villages. I was touring in one of my tours to Europe. I happened to tour Atletico de Madrid Football Club. I said, wow, the kids are learning amazing football. That's where, Messi and Ronaldo begin their careers. I mean, in similar schools. Came back, Tata Trust was already working on it. Okay, why not send some kids there? We sent 5 kids from Manipur at a cost of 35 lakhs per kid per year for 5 years. And I'm happy to tell you that some of these kids are now back and playing in ISL and in I-League. So coming back to what you asked, there are so many things that the government wants to do, but when we look at the sheer numbers, India is so huge that resources become a difficult thing. So that's where we partners with Tata Trust, with so many other, I'm happy to tell you that my focus in the last few years has also been so much on empowering women. I am a product of what I am today has been possible because of the sacrifices my mom made. My 2 sisters had to give up their regular college education to work in a very isolated place in Delhi way back in 2002-03 in a place called Gitorni in Delhi. I'm not even been there till today. Traveling 3 hours every day on bus from North Delhi to South Delhi, back, standing for 8 to 10 hours just to earn 3,000 bucks. That was required because I was studying in Delhi. So the last few things that I have been focusing on is also how to bring back empowerment to the women in our society. So I'm happy to tell you that, say, every year I've been sending 20 girls for doing a nursing course, and that too through a social initiative by Dr. Devi Shetty. He gives 50% concession for every girl that I send to Narayana Rudalaya to do nursing. I'm happy to tell you that 63 girls have passed out. This year, another 20 will pass out. And in fact, I've been talking to Gaurav also. Yeah, I want these girls to go to work abroad, because there is a huge demand for nurses in foreign countries. How do I find ways? Of course, Germany is difficult because they have to learn German. So I'm trying to find a way out how to get these people employed. And also, in 2020, I was in Bangalore. I met a friend of mine and they said, like, dude, can you send some of your girls to do coding, to learn coding? And my girls will not be able to learn. No, just send them. Fooding, lodging, everything free. So I went back home, selected about 22 of them, some class 12, some graduate, arts graduate, and not doing anything. So only girls. I sent them. In 2021, July, after 10 months, and these girls were all doing coding stuff, making traffic lights, calculator, website. I was like pretty impressed. I'm happy to tell you that 4 of them ended up in Accenture, working with Accenture, 4 of them with Hotspots, one analytical company, US based, in another company called Workspace Option, many other companies. And each one of them are earning over 50,000 rupees a month. So I think there is a lot of opportunities that if the government and the corporates come together to work, there can be a lot of things that we can bring changes in our society. And Dharma Life is doing great. I'm so happy to have met Gaurav and we are planning to visit our place together, and then if things, if situation permits, we'll go there to Manipur. We're starting Dharma Life project in my district coming. So that's how the journey.
Very inspiring. Thank you for sharing your story. And I think, Shalini, like Ashraf was saying, that we need the corporates, right? And we needed not only to bring in CSR money, we also need to think about how this can feed into the regular economic business of the corporates, because that's what's what will make it sustainable. And we cannot be dependent on grants and donations forever. So, what are some of the ways that you see Google or other big corporates supporting programs like this to really enable people from the grassroots to take part in this economic development?
Firstly, how do you follow up with that?
by pledging all your seeds to Armstrong, just give it all to him.
If you think about it, right, over the years, if I think about how to make all of us successful, each of us as a woman requires, in my mind, three things. First is the chance. Chance where we are born cannot make a difference as to your outcomes, but it does. But if we have to remove the chance, there are three things I think we need to solve for. One is access to skills. Second is access to capital. And third is access to market. What you produce, kahan bech sakte ho? My Hindi is very bad, so it's better that I speak in English. So these are the three things. And in each one of them, I think corporates can make a difference. If I were to think about access to skills, there have been enough corporates who've come forward and started to work on access to skills. Google itself has done work around with NASSCOM on digital literacy for farmers. So that is about skills that has been around that. The second is access to capital. That possibly is the easiest, and working with the government, access to capital and with the current tech ecosystem is easier than ever before. Recently in Google for India, we launched two things. One is Google Pay itself having a marketplace for loans, and secondly, a $25 million grant for women entrepreneurs. Third is network. Network is where I think ये आप लोग जो कर रहे हैं DLE के साथ, all of you are DLEs, and how you create that network to take your markets to the wide world is amazing. I have seen it in Amazon with the Amazon Saheli program. We've seen it with the Internet Sati in Google. But all of it can happen if corporates can do, I think, three things. First is commitment. We all need to commit our attention and our monies to say we want to change it. And the reason we have to change it is not because of CSR. It is because all of us cannot grow unless the market grows. It's the social capital that has to grow for it to continue. For India to grow, the growth has to happen across the sectors. Second is create the mechanisms to say that how do we work with civil society organizations. For example, Dharma Life and Google work together for Internet Sati. And it is similarly with the government, working with the government on various areas to make it. And finally, having all of us be held accountable for what we say. And I think these are the three things that we need to get to make it work in India.
No, absolutely. And I think we'll come back to some of the partnerships and how everybody can collaborate together. But Anubhav, would love to ask you, so looking at some of the research today, Indian agricultural women in UP, I think, are at most risk from climate change, is what we see, right? And we talked about this earlier, and यहाँ पे इतनी सारी महिलाएं जो सब बोल रहे थे कि clean energy, cooking जो हम करते हैं, मतलब the advantages of that. 80% of rural women still don't use clean energy or have access to clean energy. And that is some of the programs I think you've been working on in rural empowerment. So would love to understand more about that.
First of all, many thanks for having me here, listening to these stories of impact, reflecting, of course, at CW, we also look at impact, we have our own programs, but I'm going to take a step back. The first thing we have to recognize is that we have multiple crises that are unfolding simultaneously. The first crisis is one of not sufficient livelihoods being created at the pace at which the labor market is transforming. Whether we say 12 million jobs needed every year, there are different ways in which you count it. But the point is we have to create these jobs or enable these jobs. The second crisis that is happening is the climate crisis. It's already unfolding. We have 75% of our districts are hotspots for extreme climate events. That's floods, droughts, cyclones, etc. Which then has a third crisis, which is unfolding in our agricultural sector. Why? Because even as we are at a macroeconomic level, a food surplus country in terms of granary stocks, our soils are degrading, our water tables are depleting, and our yield per hectare is dropping. If I bring these three crises together, we see that it will be women will be right at the forefront of having to deal with this. One, because when you have a jobs crisis, by the structural inequalities we have in our society, women will get the mistreatment in not getting paid employment. So whether it's unpaid care economy or any other unpaid work, etc., that women have to undertake, it's the jobs crisis becomes a doubly harder thing for them. When we look at the climate crisis, it is women, 80% of employed women in the country are actually in the farms. So when you have your climate-induced agricultural crisis happening, it is again women who are facing the brunt. Because the men have the option of at least distressed migration. The women are then looking after the family land and the family household and the children. So they are handling it that way. And then, of course, this is not just happening today, but how it will then unfold over the next decade or two as that farm crisis and agriculture crisis unfolds. So what is the counter? So this is the problem. So how do you counteract this? You counteract this by a completely new model of sustainable livelihoods. Whether it is something that Dharma Life is doing, or CW is doing, or Tata Trust is promoting, or Google is supporting, right? We need to stop thinking that we'll solve the jobs crisis by creating mega factories where 10,000 people will be sewing t-shirts. That model is over. Equally, we can't deal with the climate crisis unless we think about climate resilience as a business model itself. And you can't deal with the farm crisis unless we think about a transformation in our food systems rather than in our agricultural practices. If I bring these three things together now, the approach we are taking at CEW, we had a program called Powering Livelihoods. We supported initially just 6 startups. Now in our portfolio, we have 17 startups. The idea was how do you use clean energy in a distributed fashion, but to support livelihood activities that counteract the farm crisis and the non-farm employment crisis against the backdrop of climate change. So this could be irrigation pumps running on solar, food dryers running on solar, milk chillers running on solar, silk weaving machines running on solar, and so on and so forth. Right? In just 2.5 years of that program, 11,000 technologies deployed, nearly 19,000 livelihoods created, but 72% of these micro entrepreneurs that we have enabled happen to be women. Right? So you're no longer, if you remember, I said we have to create the jobs. And now I want to say, I don't want to ever say that again. We are nobody to create the jobs. We're here only to enable the ecosystem within which the jobs are created. So you support the enterprise, you support the entrepreneur, and you support the ecosystem. That's one approach. Another approach is to look at where scale is coming even on farm, say through the systems transformation in the food systems. Natural farming. Right? We have in Andhra Pradesh alone, more than 8 lakh farmers practicing natural farming, now probably closer to 10 lakhs. Right? Based on that experience, central government is looking at natural farming. But these are all smallholder farmers, half-acre plots. Most of them women. The whole training, etc., spreading through women-run self-help groups. Right? And finally, even in the rural economy or the peri-urban economy, there's the non-farm activities where women can play a role in the energy transformation system. Up in UP, we've been supporting a program called Vidyut Sakhi. They are basically rural women who have become electricity bill collection agents for the power distribution companies. But in the process, they're getting the digital skills. They're collecting money for the power distribution companies, but in the process, they then get more disposable income to upskill themselves. Back to the point that was being made earlier, that skills is the first thing you need to do. These examples, and I'm sure we can all come together and give 20 more examples, they only will scale if we shift away from our existing paradigms of development. Because otherwise, these become anecdotes. Anecdotes of scale, of size, but not shifting the paradigm of development. So in order to do that, we have to confront the crises we're facing and use the crises for a very different approach.
No, and that's absolutely spot on, right? We have a lot of examples. Everybody has models of development in their own areas, districts, and companies. But how do we scale them? How do we take all these examples together? And for that, we need collaboration, and we need alliances. We need, the value chain to be broken up and different experts to come together to be part of the value chain. So, would love to hear what are models that we've looked at of collaborative development. You said we need new models of development. What could that new model look like, and what could people in this room? We have corporates, we have government, we have funders, we have agencies. How can we come together to create some of these new models that are needed to scale these innovations so that they reach a larger audience?
Rather than me speaking, I think Sharon gave the model: skills, finance, and networks. Right? But how? Now, the skilling can be done better and faster using the digital tools that we now have that we did not have earlier. Right? So, for instance, just as an example, even in the 1980s, we had NGOs training women on tailoring. Right? But now, why can't we use digital skills for rural women to be costume garment designers, not just garment stitchers? The value addition comes in design. Right? Use the digital tools to, now you have a next level of skilling that you can be doing. Right? The same applies to how you're using skills for precision agriculture and precision irrigation in smallholder farming. Right? So using the digital tools for the skilling. On financing, it's not just, as we said, it's not just the enterprise financing or the entrepreneur financing, you also need end consumer financing. There is no point creating micro entrepreneurs who cannot then sell their product to somebody else because they don't have access. Now with digital financial inclusion and the India stack, can we then leverage small amounts of public capital, because people like Armstrong will always be hemmed in with limited public budgets. but combine it with whether it's CSR money or philanthropic impact capital, but directed towards end consumer financing, creating the demand pull. Just like a Nestle needs rural incomes to rise for somebody to buy chocolates in a village. You need somebody to buy, sustainably produced garments in a village, etc. End consumer financing. And then networks. What is ultimately a social network? A social network is limited by the number of nodes in your information chain. So that is why people get limited by their social network, because at most they have 4 villages within which they have social network, because they are married into one village and their sister is married into another village. That becomes the limit of your information networks. Again, the information revolution allows you to extend the network benefits that come. So I'm just using the same model that has been laid out, but saying that now, once we recognize that the distributed, decarbonized, digitalized future can be leveraged for a very different paradigm of development, these individual examples and programs that we are all pursuing, individually or collectively, can truly scale up to something very fun, very different for policymakers to begin to take notice.
No, absolutely. And I think 2 things you said are critical, right? How do we blend philanthropic money with public funding to unlock a larger pool of capital? But then how do we also make the consumer invested in it? So it's not always, just free skilling camps, free, trainings without any outcome focus. And, Ganesh, I don't know if you looked at exploring some of these innovative financing models using some of the Tata Trust money, but combining it to, make it catalytic to unlock larger amounts of funding.
So funding always remains a challenge, and I would so funding is one part, but financing at the end users level is always a challenge. I think आप सब लोगों को वो दिक्कत आती होगी जब आप लोगों को लोन कहीं से लेना है और वो लोन से आपके बिजनेस को बढ़ाना है, तो हमेशा दिक्कत होती होगी. टाइम पे नहीं मिलेगा, इंटरेस्ट रेट ज्यादा होगा, वो सारी चीजें. वो अभी भी I think across geographies that still continues to happen. Now what we have learned while engaging with the women is, if you are able to, and that's what the self-help group model also shows for many years, if you are able to collectivize the women, you bring a social capital within the group, but while doing that, you're also bringing that economic strength within the group. They are saving, lending, and the larger engagement that happens. I think that's a powerful approach to look at how financing could be brought in, and it would be the government system has put in a lot of money through NRLM currently. And the government system is also now moving a bit more from only the regular saving lending, but to also look at it from a livelihood perspective, which is the farmer producer organization and the producer group approach. The point is, it is always a challenge. We as an organization try to look at some innovative ways of seeing how we can create a blend of some philanthropic money and some financial capital, and see how the end user is basically benefiting from that particular perspective. But our learning has been, you look at it in an individual end user's perspective, it will always be a challenge. If you look at it from a collective perspective, it will always give a certain strength, a certain negotiation power, and a certain level of next level of scale that is possible. And that's what we as a team are trying to see. If that collective movement, if we can build and scale, it would enable the larger ecosystem to grow. What our way of looking at it is how we keep the community at the center, and all stakeholders like us basically are coming and engaging with the central stakeholder with the benefit that both can achieve to each other. So, but they are the main, what you call, holders of it. We are coming, playing a role, and we are basically in that role, we are also benefiting. Like, for example, trust also benefits when it engages with a particular player. The government also, in a way, benefits. Any other player, a technology, a financing institution can come and play. Unless and until that level of engagement happens in the ecosystem, I don't think it will actually go to the next level. The current challenge is mostly like a one-to-one and an exploitation approach. We need to change that.
And what do you think, Ganesh, needs to happen? What players need to come together to unlock that today?
So what we feel, there are different players that we are actually trying to bring in this case. The government is the first player. We need to see how the government is brought on board to look at. The second is philanthropy, or I think nowadays CSR is there, but CSR has its own challenges, the way it functions. The third stakeholder that we are seeing is technology. I think there was a mention about digital and other related. I think technology stakeholders or even the startup ecosystem from the community perspective, how do we bring in to leverage the financing institutions? It has a variation. We need to see who are the ones who would be interested to engage and work in this space. And finally, and the most important is the markets. The markets, right from the input to the output market, are important stakeholders in our view who need to come together. And players like us actually can facilitate those connections from the community perspective. And because there would be somebody who needs to be first, like Dharma Life is in a way playing that bridge currently. But those are important facilitation roles that are required to connect and build it. And that will actually empower the communities to take it to the next level and build up.
Yeah. We heard amazing examples today of how putting together FPOs was able to increase negotiation power so much. They were able to sell for thousands more, when they were individually selling. And I don't know, Suhaila, is that something UN Women is looking at, pulling together different players to really, all these different stakeholders we talked about, but to pull them together to actually make that collective bargain?
Yeah, no, and firstly, I think it is also important to recognize and realize that care responsibilities, being the manifestation of patriarchal structures and rooted in adverse social norms, the interventions needs to be at multiple levels. It's not the any other livelihood issue that we are talking about. So what follows is the realization that first, this particular issue needs to be looked at the central part of the economy itself. There has to be a recognition that you cannot just drive on the unpaid care responsibilities of women, and that to contributing majorly to the economy. But also as corporates, what is required is that they discharge their legal obligations, but also take proactive measures because there is a business case to addressing the care responsibilities of their employees, right? But the challenge in India is that only 10% of women are in formal economy, 90% are in informal economy, and then how we are addressing the care responsibilities of those women, then it needs to be stepped up both by the public provisioning as well as the private provisioning. And therefore, the corporates also must step up their game in terms of going beyond the existing legal provisions and trying to take progressive measures towards it, apart from, of course, the public provisioning that needs to be there for addressing the care responsibilities. And finally, with the interventions, what we are trying to do is to look at the market potential and the business potential of this entire care economy, where there's a huge demand, but there is a supply gap. I think the investors needs to also look at as a potential business model, and we of course need to raise the awareness of investors as well. All of us are talking about bringing more investments, but the reality is that how many senior women are there in the investing industry, and when the decisions are made, how then the decisions are made, and what and we all know that the discriminatory norms and unconscious biases come into play when it comes to women's access to finance, and including markets. So so I think multiple interventions are required for this particular area. And
you. And Shalini, I think we've been talking so much about this, right? Like corporates need to do this. And I don't want to put you on the spot for corporate, but the reality is that we need interesting economic models. We have skilling, and Armstrong talked about how these girls, when they were skilled, they were able to get jobs which was much beyond the power of their maybe families that they came from. You talked about commitment, etc. So what are some of the ways that this can become part of, say, a Google or any technology firm's normal business work, that we are able to then go to these communities, create these skilling models, and then maybe hire or use them. We talked about data annotation, we talked about digital tools that we can create to enable this. But how does it become part of the normal day-to-day work at a place like Google?
So firstly, I think as Arunabha said, there's never been a point in time where access to capital, and access to network has ever been more democratized. We are at that time in history.
Because of technology.
Because of technology. We've seen, my mother runs a nonprofit. We've seen that when women are given the right kind of role modeling, they are able to find the skills, capital, and the networks. All you need, DLE is an example of that, right? All of you here are examples of that, right? So I think one is for all of us to say, what is the commitment? From Google's end, Google will also, when you think about Google, it's a large organization. It will always have the right commitment. But I think as each leader, we need to have a commitment. And I think it comes from there. For me, the commitment comes in terms of what percentage of my team are women. Right now, 48% of my team are women. And I'm proud to say that I continue to focus on that. Do I focus on what the velocity of women in my team is versus what the velocity of the general population is? And if I take that commitment from my team, it can form role models. So I'm of the belief that if we create in this very democratized society right now, if we are able to create role models, we can make a change.
Yeah, and we heard beautiful role models in the morning when everybody said कि seeing आप सबको देख के आपके villages में इतनी सारी और औरतों ने अपना काम लिया है, तो वो role model becomes more and more important as we go ahead. Armstrong, just to come back to that community level, in the morning, Gaurav talked about this district hub, right? How we can put together an actual physical space where we're able to pull together care responsibilities, skilling, distribution, production hubs. But, then from a government perspective, we already have an Anganwadi, we have a CSC, we have, a bunch of infrastructure and facilities. But what is missing to pull this together that can, really unlock existing schemes, existing infrastructure that the government has, but makes this hub a reality on ground?
Well, I may not be able to answer what's missing in the government. I mean, I have been a DM in my own district and also the another district. I really wanted to make things happen, but there are difficulties faced, which I do not want to discuss right now. Say in a place where I work, there's something called the midday meal scheme. The rice will come regularly, but the vegetable components will come 6 months later, right? So who will eat only the rice first? So there are certain difficulties. Angalwadi centers, why would you like to send your kids to a place which has not been very well constructed? We sanction for the Angalwadi centers without toilet. We do not have provisions for electricity connection. Till today, Angalwadi center ka electric bill kaun dena hai? This is still not decided. Okay, so there are certain difficulties and certain gaps which we, the government, faced. And another thing is, who is to construct these Angalwadi centers? Everyone is running around only to compete. That becomes a difficult thing for us to actually implement. However, bringing back the corporates, there has been some friends of mine who tied up with Tatas again. You're a champion today. So, and other corporates to build a model Angalwadi centers. The corporates have provided so many other things that is required for constructing a model Angalwadi centers, and they have done really well. So with that, I also want to suggest, Gaurav and your team, that government has launched quite a lot of initiatives. So like, what's her name? I do not remember. Rohini. Say, by the way, I was just listening to you, and I am now in a very different ministry. मैं बहुत अलग से ministry में अभी मैं films देखता है. I'm director of films in the ministry. My conversation is with those actor, actress, and film directors. At 3 o'clock, one big film director has been requesting me to get his movie certified because he has to release. In fact, today, but could not do it. So Sunday. So very different zamana mein abhi mera kaam. But I was thinking, yaar, your story is so great. I mean, you should make a movie out of it. I was like thinking, kis heroine ko aapka role karne lagana hai, So, coming back to the government has launched quite a lot of good initiatives for financing. Just on the 13th of February, the President of India launched the Scheduled Tribe Venture Capital Fund. That can give you a loan from 10 lakhs to 5 crores at 4% interest rate, which I feel in the market is like extremely low, right? And you have about 36 months of monitoring periods. So maybe someone from your team should continuously do research on what are the things you can give, and enable them to access all of these resources. So that is one thing from the government side, which I feel that you should access to this. And of course, I have nothing more to say, but really being inspired by many of you. I have attended many big events, especially being a YGL. We have attended a lot of Young Global Leaders Meet, World Economic Forum Meet. We talk about billions of dollars, millions of dollars being invested for climate change, this and that. After coming back from meeting, I'm nothing, What do I do? But one thing I also realize is meeting after meetings, they only tell the same numbers. What are there to source in the field? So I'm happy to tell you that since I attended the YG World Economic Forum Davos meeting in 2019, I came back and said, "Main kuch to karna parega to contribute to the climate savings." So I started, in my area, we have a lot of practice called Jhum cultivation. A family of 5 members would cut down about 2 acres of land just to get a value of 50,000 rupees in a year. So I said, okay, let me raise some fund on my own and some other friends. We raised 3,50,000 rupees. I gave 50,000 to these 7 families, 6 female goats, 1 male goats. Now, instead of cutting down 1,000 trees, please cut down only 500 trees. The rest of the time you invest on rearing goats. I'm happy to tell you that the last 2-3 years, I've been able to contribute to about 4,000 trees from being cut down. This morning, I'm happy to say, I contribute a little bit of my salary to doing a little bit of what I can. This goat tree, I want to tell the villagers that, okay, don't let your goats roam around because this dirty the village, and goats this fatality rate is very high. So let's do it indoor. Villagers doesn't trust me. So to demonstrate that this is a better practice, this morning, one of the boy whom I am paying 4,000 rupees a month to take care, he just told me that, okay, your goat tree set is over. We're keeping 10 female goats. Next 6 months, I want to demonstrate to all the villagers that this is successful. You have to do this. I'm sure they're going to copy and learn this. So I cannot talk big things, little things, what I can do. You guys are doing a lot more things, so I'm trying to copy you. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you so much. I don't think any of those are little things. I think they're all amazing initiatives. I know Gaurav is standing saying we are at time. Yes.
Each one of us have also a responsibility, which is that care responsibility is everyone's responsibility. So घर का काम सबका काम है, तो हम सबको वह करना है, ये सिर्फ महिलाओं का काम नहीं है. So I think we should also say, you talked about taking steps, and I think each one of us should also take steps towards this direction. So,
no, thank you, Salila. And I was just wondering, Ganesha and Arunabha, if you have, one last wish list, really quick, and saying, what is it that collectively we need to do to actually enable the vision of the 1 million?
I won't give a wish list. I'll give a quick story. Just before the pandemic, I was in Guntur in Andhra Pradesh. My half-acre plot पे natural farming एक महिला कर रही थी. वहाँ वो खुद उस गांव की ट्रेनर फार्मर बन चुकी हैं और उस हाफ-acre प्लॉट पे 15 अलग-अलग क्रॉप्स ग्रो कर रही थी. From moringa to chilies, turmeric, everything. वो नेचुरल फार्मिंग करने के लिए उनको फर्टिलाइजर नहीं देना पड़ता है, पेस्टिसाइड नहीं देना पड़ता है, लेकिन रिस्क भी ज्यादा है. और वो अकेली थी, उनके पति गुजर गए हुए थे, 2 बच्चे थे. एक 10वीं कक्षा में था, एक 11वीं कक्षा में था. तो इतना रिस्क कैसे ले रही है, क्योंकि 3 साल तक शायद उनका आमदनी कम होएगा, उसके बाद बढ़ जाएगा. तो मैंने उनसे पूछा कि उनका नाम उषा देवी था. मैंने उनसे पूछा, आप ये केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर वाला फार्मिंग छोड़ के ये नेचुरल फार्मिंग कर रहे हैं, आपको क्या मोटिवेशन था आपने का? तो उन्होंने मेरे को अपने वो तेलुगु भाषा में बोला, फिर किसी ने ट्रांसलेट किया और वो उन्होंने कहा कि हमारा यहाँ पे एक सेइंग है, कहना है कि जहां पे हम कुछ खो जाते हैं वहीं से सॉल्यूशन भी निकल आता है. So, where we find solutions, where we lose things. And I'm referring to this one woman growing 15 crops using natural farming on a half-acre plot of land. One out of the 800,000 farmers doing this, and the largest experiment of this kind in the world. So my message is that all the solutions we're looking at, unless we are trying to, develop solutions from the ground up, and I think all the examples you've heard are along those lines, we will end up in that very Davos-style top-down world, which we are all kind of guiltily sort of partaking in. But I would urge us not to have a reductionist approach towards finance. Raising philanthropic capital and raising capital is one part of it, but it is only one part of it. And often what I hear in Davos is this big fund announcement, that big fund announcement, that's highly reductionist and highly apolitical, highly ahistorical, highly acultural. That's high time we get a little more real for what makes change happen.
Absolutely.
I would say role model. I met Parveen when I was I had just started college. She had come for skilling workshops. And when these group of women were coming for a skilling workshop at a non-profit that my mother was working on, they came back and said they would have an issue coming in because the husband said, you go every morning all nicely dressed and go back with whatever 10 rupees back then. What are you doing? You can't be doing anything moral or ethical for you to get that money. So these women did not have education. They did not have prospects at that point of time, but they continued, powered on, in spite of everybody in their village saying no. These women finally became the role models. Today, Parveen tells me that there is no girl in her village who's not educated. She tells me that nobody dare beat their wife in her village. And then she tells me, will you fund my election campaign when I stand for election for the next election? So I think role models and role models like yourself are the ones making the change. It's not the talks that we are having. It is the talk that you gave.
Nothing. I think the presentation that Gaurav made in the morning, the 1 million, it's achievable, and I think we can do more. And that's what I think is important for all of us to do more. I think the way Dharma Life got all of us today here for discussions with all the bands and DDs also sharing about their experiences. It's important to have not only such dialogues, but also to see some actions together to see how we can actually deliver along with the community to look at. And the final point I think Aruna also mentioned is grounds up, not looking at it something that we have to give to the communities, but something that actually comes from them and how do we work along with them. So that's something I think important learning for us to take up and work.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for your time. We have a lot of very interesting thoughts and perspectives that we will be taking back to. Thank you.
We have, thank you, Shreya, for a great session and everyone. We have 2 more quick sessions left, and I think that after a super exciting, energizing day for me, it's just a privilege to have all of you here in all the sessions. So the penultimate session is around, you all saw the exhibition, and I think we also are looking at creating public goods for people to use. I think the project with IKEA Foundation and Toon Foundation was around creating circular economy products. So I think now I have 2 of my colleagues, Vanitya and Shweta, talking about the blockchain-based index we've created. So that's just over to you, Ben. Thank you.
Okay. Hi. No, it's okay. So I think I'm going to jump straight in. I want to keep this as short as possible. It's been a long and very, very stimulating day. So a quick question is, when I say blockchain, what do you if you close your eyes and think of a visual for blockchain, what is it going to be, right? Odds are, just going to use this. Odds are you'll see something very, very tech like this. Those who understand a little bit more of the tech would probably start talking about some of these, certificates and then some of the more technical terms. Or maybe you're thinking that, okay, blockchain equals to cryptocurrency. And then you're seeing those lots and lots of servers in a server farm mining away. And you're thinking of that little coin and that B symbol that everyone's heard of. You're thinking of someone sitting in their mother's basement with this computer trying to make a lot of money. You're thinking of people becoming millionaires and billionaires overnight. But I can bet that you're not thinking of this visual. And I think that is what I'd like to kind of talk about and set some context on, is that I think one of the important aspects of innovation is that you have to understand sometimes it's not about creating something new. I think there's a very famous story. I have heard it many, many times. I hope it's accurate. Maybe today I'll find out it's not, about back in the days of the Cold War and the space race, when NASA invested billions and billions of dollars trying to figure out how they can make a pen that works in space, because traditional ballpoint pens don't work because of zero gravity. And they were very proud of it. And then they found out that the Soviets used a pencil, right? So I think one very important aspect of innovation is understanding how things that are meant to be used for one thing can actually be used beautifully for another. So the blockchain that's created all kinds of headlines all over the world for cryptocurrency and all the other visuals that I just showed you is being used in 2 very, very interesting manners at Dharma Life. And I'm going to talk to you very quickly about those 2. The first is something called results-based financing. Now, in the corporate world, if you go to someone and say, hey, listen, I need $1 million because I want to grow my company and because I want to sell more products or build a new factory, They say, okay, great, we'll give it to you, but you'll get the $1 million. What are you going to give me in return? What is the output that you can guarantee? And there's always some sort of an output. And if you don't manage to guarantee it, you don't get the $1 million, or you are paying some sort of penalty. In the social sector, if I'm an organization that's done decently well, have a certain amount of credibility, I say, I want $1 million and I'll do X. You get the $1 million and that's it, right? So why can we not have more accountability in the social sector? And it's not that easy, of course. It's a lot easier said than done. And that's where results-based financing comes in. You know, very, very simply put, it introduces a way for us to be able to verify if something has or hasn't happened. And one of the most interesting, excuse me, one of the most interesting aspects of blockchain is that it's what is called a distributed ledger. Very simply put, without getting into too much technical detail, instead of storing all the information in one place, your information is actually stored in a whole bunch of places so that no one person has control over it. No one person has access to change it. So once something is entered into the ledger, it could be a contract, it could be a data, value, whatever, it is essentially impossible to change. And that's where this comes in. So how can we use this to verify that something has happened? I'll give you a very simple example, right? This is something all of us who are familiar with the Dharma life cycle are aware of, right? There's events for awareness, then our amazing DLEs will go and do home visits, have one-on-one sales, and then at some point they've managed to get someone convinced to buy a solar lamp or a cook stove or whatever it is, right? And that's where this sort of kicks in. Now, when I'm doing the billing, I can use geolocation, I can use timestamps, I can use some amount of computer vision as well, right? If I have picture 1 versus picture 2, I put all of this and validate it and put it into a smart contract. So I have now 100% guarantee that something has happened at a particular time, a particular place. If there's images, I can actually verify that visually, and it's in a distributed ledger. So now when I go to a funder and say that, look, I have managed to, this is a very, very detailed slide, but broadly what I want you to look at is this, that I've made a sale, I've got an OTP, I've verified the person. So the person who I've sold to is real. The place I've sold at is real. The date and time is verified. I have machine learning and some amount of computer vision to verify that the product that I'm selling is actually the one that's been sold. That essentially means a certain level of automation, and for a funder, a guaranteed outcome. So not only am I saying that if you give me X amount of money, I will reach Y amount of people, I can say with confidence and then actually verify in real time that if you give me X amount of money, I can reach Y amount of people and get a quantifiable outcome at a certain level of accuracy. The next one is a little more linked to what we're doing today. So when we were working on some of the products, right, for the brand Ananta, when Kim was kind of designing stuff, we realized something very interesting, that everyone's heard of fast fashion, everyone's heard of ethical fashion, everyone's heard of sustainable clothes. There are many brands that say that, oh, we make beautiful, sustainable clothes or organic t-shirts, etc., etc. There are even certificates of it. There's something called GOTS, which if a garment has GOTS certification, it is one of the highest levels of environmental certification. We said, great, that's what we need to do. So we went to the GOTS website and tried to figure out what it means. And then we realized that GOTS, because it's so intense, actually looks at every single step of the process. And even if there's one thing that's off, you don't get certified. So effectively, we realized that we're living in a world that is moving towards consumers are asking for sustainability. But when it comes to actually looking at fashion or ensemble, there's a sense of binary data. Either it's sustainable or it's not sustainable. What we wanted to do is we wanted to show that, look, we're trying. We've made
distinct efforts, and what you had before versus what you have now, there's progress. And we realize there's no way to quantify it. And, all of these pieces that you see here, right? And I've just taken pictures from what's behind in the back part of the room. But everything that you see here, not one of them is something that I can say is 100% sustainable. Yet, I can actually tell you, and Shweta is going to come in with a lovely app that's been created that helps to measure it, but I can quantifiably tell you how much better they are than if I hadn't gotten involved and I'd gotten the same shirt made by a chicken curry artist or the same shirt made by a Banarasi weaver. And so we actually engaged with KPMG. We spent many, many days and months immersed with the process itself, understood every aspect, then started asking interesting questions like, okay, if I change this, what happens? Tried to measure it against water wastage, against carbon emissions, and trying to figure out how we can optimize it. And then all of that has been put together into a beautiful app that was created by the Dharma Life tech team. And this is sort of my cue to call Shweta in. She's the CTO at Dharma Life. And it's her and her team that have been going crazy to try and make this super simple. I've gone into an entirely complicated setup of blockchain and calculations and immersions. Ultimately, as a consumer, I don't care. Right? As a consumer, if I see a t-shirt and it says it's 33% more sustainable than if I went and bought it from someone else, that's the only number that matters. So that's for that number, I'm going to call Shweta on.
Thank you, Vanitya. That was a super simple way to explain blockchain. I know blockchain as a technology is pretty confusing. I mean, I would say even I'm still learning, but it's also super helpful, and it's really useful if we know how to use it in the right way. And I think that presentation by Vanitya really explained it beautifully. So I welcome everybody as I'm really thrilled to talk about this innovation, this innovative tool that we are coming up with. It's a confluence of sustainability with technology, and it's a very exciting time to be at. Now imagine if in the world, whatever you purchase, any artwork that you purchase, you are aware of the impact it has on the environment. Today, as consumers, we are not really aware of what goes on behind the scenes, but imagine if we could. So this is the vision that has driven the Dharma Life team to come up with an index that can quantify whatever the impact that every step of the way of any art form takes. So if we're all aware that whether it's a stitch, whether it's a dye, or any transportation mile that has taken place, when we are producing an artwork, it impacts the environment in a certain way. It leaves a footprint. But there's no, like Vanessa said, there's no existing tool that can adequately quantify that impact. How much carbon footprint? What can I do to reduce it? Maybe I'm not there yet 100%, but can I go 10%, 20%, 50%? How do I go ahead and quantify it? And that's where Dharma Life worked with KPMG to come up with a set of calculations, a set of formulas that we can use to find out what is the impact at every stage of the way for an art form. So we not only did we develop a tool, develop formulas, like Vanita said, we added an extra thing to it. We added blockchain to it. So by adding our emission values, whatever we are calculating on the blockchain, we are providing an immutable proof as well of whatever process improvements that we have put in. So by putting it on blockchain, it becomes a proof that cannot be that's unquestionable, or that's very transparent and it's immutable. How it works? we've tried to make it super simple. So an artisan can go log on to our tool. They can add their product. They can then see what kind of we are able to choose what is the art form for the product. They can see what are the life cycles involved, whether it's sourcing. So for a Madhubani painting, it would be a sourcing painting. It would be finishing and packaging. Within each stage, they would get an option to input the values, whatever has happened, how many miles they have traveled, how much of chemicals they have used. So those emission sources will be available. They can input all of that data, and that data in the backend using the formulas is calculated. And then if we can see over here, it will also show you how much carbon you've generated and how much has been saved. For each art form, we have some benchmark numbers. We compare it against those numbers to tell you how much a particular product has saved. So when, as a of course, then once a product is it goes through its processes, we keep pushing that data into a immutable database, and then it goes on to the distributed ledger from time to time. Every week or every month, we then keep pushing that data, whatever is ready, to a distributed ledger. How, as a consumer, how it benefits you, how you can make use of it. So every product, once it's on the blockchain, once it's finished, we print it with a QR code. Scan the QR code and you can see these reports out there. So what was the aim of the product? What were the stages it went through? What were the proofs that, okay, if I'm claiming it took me 10 kilometers to source that product, what's the proof? So there will be receipts there. There'll be photographs of the workers' workplace. We would also have artisans' names and their details, and you can see where, it will be geotagged. So you can see that, okay, if it's a Madhubani, it has been made, say in Bihar, or if it's a chicken curry, then it has been made in Lucknow. So that there'll also be charts which will tell you which stage increased or which stage gives you more emission, which stage gives you less emission. We are also introducing a white paper on this. It talks about the processes, it talks about the index, it talks about the benefits and also the future of how we're going to use it. This paper will be available. On a website, that's dharmalivelabs.org. The way forward is, of course, it is multifold. Artisans can track their emission. As a consumer, we can take informed decisions because we now know what is the impact our artwork, our purchases are making. Retail outlets can, of course, they can showcase with the products which come up with these numbers. And of course, the data can be fed back into the system for better policy making and better interventions that can be put in place. Thank you. It was a very, very engaging audience.
Thank you, Smita. Thank you. Last session, Vishek, can I ask you to come up? So I think we have already covered our center and the strategy of kind of the block level center. But one of the key modules in that is education and after-school tutoring for children. I'll invite Abhishek for 5 minutes to share his story about this.
Thank you. So hello everyone. So other than the centers, the tier centers which we were talking about different learning initiatives there, one of the important components which we have been doing since last 3 or 4 years is actually that of educating rural children through our online tutoring platform. So we call this platform internally Lighting Up Young Minds. So my journey as a tutor has been since last 10 or 12 years. Somehow more as a social development professional, I identify myself more as a tutor and have been teaching plethora of students across different spectrum, students of say class 5th and 6th, and also those students who have been preparing themselves for different competitive exams. So somehow during COVID, when the entire educational system crumbled suddenly overnight, and our rural kids actually were affected the most, we internally thought that can we do something? So we were doing something for the kids, but it was mostly around reading activities, stories, or doing something around sports, etc. But we never thought of doing something around hardcore education, teaching like English, mathematics, for that matter, AI or other 21st century skills. So during COVID, we started this with our internal kids of the employees, then kids of the DLEs, and then gradually we thought of scaling this up further for our entire states, different states. So we thought that how we can scale this up. I have been teaching in a physical classroom. I have taught up to 300 students in a physical classroom settings, but I never thought about reaching out to 10,000 students or 20,000 students. But COVID somehow also exposed everybody to the potential of these Zoom classes and these Teams session, etc. So we started developing an online web platform. We have our own online Android applications. And how we decided to reach out to these 10,000 or 20,000 students. So we decided to go to different colleges of India, as for example, the DU, IIMs, IRMA, etc. And we started onboarding volunteer tutors from there. We said that, look, you already are teaching in this, reading in these prestigious colleges, and we have something here for you. Can you give your 1 hour or 2 hours, say twice a week? And can you please start teaching these students who are there in Uttarakhand or in the villages of Bihar or in the villages of Jharkhand, etc. And somehow everybody agreed. So what actually in last 3 or 4 years we have done, and what we can celebrate today is we have reached out to nearly 10K students while delivering thousands of classes on mathematics, on communication skills, on artificial intelligence, coding, environmental awareness, etc. In the process, we have reached out to more than 200 volunteer tutors from different colleges of India. And that is how we have been able to create a platform where the tutors meet, where the children meets, and there is a technology involved in between. And today, I'm here that this is a kind of a call of action for everybody, basically, that can we take this up to from 10,000 kids to millions of kids in the coming 3 or 4 years? So the opportunity lies for us here. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhishek. So I think that brings us to the end of the day. So I'd just like to, I think there's so many insights, inspirations, and things that I'm not sure I can actually summarize them right now. But I just want to thank everyone, and also thank for the audience who I want to be here, sticking around to the end. Secondly, I think the team who has made this happen, obviously all the speakers. It was just great to have your contributions. Our entrepreneurs, the last panel, I think, and all the other speakers on the labs front. So thank you, everyone, and yeah, thank you for the team. I think they put day and night to this last few days. So really appreciate everyone's commitment and contribution, and hopefully we can now start our 1 million program, I think, and get all of you to contribute in whatever form as a community of practice and support. So thank you very, very much, and yeah.